gonna be alright now. Hey. Hello, everyone. Orange Moon says Omar's current feelings and intentions towards me. This person's not making up their mind when it comes to you. They still are scared of losing you, but, you know, you're battling in the middle of this. I guess you're winning, but if you can't change this person's mind, then you're just going to be battling against empty air. Pooja says, what is the current feelings of Bisweight for me? How is everybody? Make sure to take time between your questions so everyone else can get a reading today too. So the love is in reverse. This is a very strong bond, by the way. And this person's very happy about this relationship. However, at the moment, with their present circumstances, they're not as happy, and they should be more letting friends and family help them with getting them where they want to go. But this relationship itself looks very good for you. Lover says, does the Scorpio want me to walk away from the connection, or is he expecting me to stick around and wait for him? He's been silent. I'm Gemini. Ooh. I feel like this Scorpio's playing with you, and I would honestly say, if you don't want him to keep on treating you this way, you have to walk away from this connection. Because he's testing you, he's playing with you, which is a big thing, you know? Like, this person wants to know whether you really care for them or not, but this is all psychological, you know? LA says, which case will settle within the 3 months, Jason, Michael, or Rush? Okay. I feel like Michael's will. Jason seems to be going with the flow. It might take a lot longer, but Arash you need to sit back on, because it seems like there might be something that's out of your control, and don't burn out on this, okay? Flower Age says, will I end up studying in Spain or the UK? You're very worried about this. I don't know why you're worried. Okay, there's temptation to stay in Spain or to study in Spain. However, this doesn't seem to work out very much in your favor. The one for the UK, yes. So it seems like you're going to have a very positive interaction with the either studying or moving to the UK. So I'd say both. And the lovers, it seems like you meet someone that you really fall in love with. So I definitely feel the UK for you. Sam Tarot says, my real name is Sarish Amjad. I want to know, does Yushin Koshna? You're very welcome. Give me a second, because I didn't get all your thing. Does Yasin Koker want to marry with you? I would say no. You should actually take some self-reflection and save up for yourself. So there seems to be like if there's like a dowry to be paid or something like that to save up some money. Those, yeah, I do feel like no to this. Based on all of these cards, it seems like you're more taking time to reflect and moving on in the future, okay? Your construct, I feel like this year, a flower age, sorry. There you go. Is this year. So construct says financial outlook. Okay. So you need to plan more when it comes to your finances. This is very important because you're spending a lot of time spinning your wheels and not getting anything done because you're really not thinking about the plans that you need to put in place. Ace of Swords, this in this deck is to be less blunt about your finances. Okay. So be nicer to your money. I don't know how to explain it other than the way that you communicate about money and the way that you say things about money is not particularly nice to it or to yourself. So being more nicer when it comes to how you express money. If money comes into your account, you say thank you, money. Thank you for coming in. You know, be appreciative, not like, oh, well, I got more money last month, you know. There's also seeking out someone that was very similar to you that's on a better journey than you. So you're very welcome, Flower Age. But construct, usually when we're from a different a background that we might not be around money that much. And I don't know what your circumstances were, but most of the time we never get the person that we can see got out of this situation, you know, whatever they are. So I would suggest getting yourself, even if you can't find someone in real life, not like one-on-one mentoring. Find someone that has the same background as you. Hi, Rupali, welcome in. That can teach you, even if it's out of a book. You know, someone that's had the same past experiences as you. Okay. Vid here says Devendra sighs current feelings and next action for me. Did he break up with Shilepi? Okay. No, he hasn't broken up. This person seems to be kind of the feeling that I have here is you're kind of a little bit of a distraction, like a little bit of a plaything for this person, and that he doesn't care whether you are in his life or not, this person's life, you know, because he's willing to let you go if needed, you know. But with the lovers in reverse, this person hasn't broken up. Gemini says, hello, what does Muna feel about his connection with Puja? Okay. This person, if you're not in it's like you're in connection right now, I'd be very surprised because Knight of Swords in reverse is someone that hasn't put that energy in a good place. Thank you so much, Sir the Star. Let me get your reading just after this. I appreciate the donation. Thank you so much. But the friendship here, so the friendship in reverse, this person doesn't want a friendship. They don't want to even, it feels like your kind of relationship skewed right now. And it's whatever they wish they don't really seem to be that invested in you or, you know, this relationship. And the Hierophant in reverse, this person's like throwing off the shackles of society and walking alone. So if this person's not in contact right now, I feel like they're leaving, you know. And even if they're in contact with you, I feel like they've drawn away from your energy, okay? So, the star, thank you. Hello, what would be Taurus say if he could say anything? Okay. What would be Taurus say if he could say anything? He's tempted to always make plans. There's no addiction here, but there's always a temptation. His mind is one of those weird things where if he can't moderate his behavior, his moderation becomes too, yeah, if he doesn't get on that side of working on something, he overdoes it. So they say if he goes for one drink, then he ends up drinking the whole night. This is a feeling of like really bad impulse control, to the point that he needs to get that under control. With the Death card in reverse, it feels like this person's not even happy. So Four of Cups is like seeing all these options coming in that you didn't see before, but with the Death card, this is holding him back from, you know, um so even though he would like to choose some choices, there seems to be something holding him back, like a cycle that keeps on repeating, for him not to actually reach out and grab any of these. He doesn't like what it feels like your immaturity. However, there's kind of a weird thing. Yeah. A weird thing that you're very blunt and this person doesn't like your honesty. This is a hard thing because I think you are more mature than this person. And if they feel like you're immature, it's because they have a problem with telling the truth or being honest. So bluntness is not always honest. Like, yeah, bluntness is honest, but you know, bluntness can be unkindness. This is the weirdest thing we have is like, okay, yes, blunt is good, but sometimes like kindness is best. But I do feel like this person doesn't understand that you're helping and doesn't understand that why you want to be that honest. Okay? So I feel like this person is, firstly, I feel like we have someone that doesn't really get their life in order. Like they're trying. They're trying. I feel like they're really trying. But because they have never given themselves the conditioning. So this can be like discipline, this can be putting themselves in a different environment, that can stop them kind of repeating some of these patterns over and over and over again. There's never any kind of bit where this is not conditional, you know, like I feel like they have some very poor impulse control, even though they try very hard. And yeah, the temptation is to make plans. And when they try to moderate this, then as soon as they blow it, they're done, you know? And that's a big thing. That's something that they really need to work on. So that's your first question. Thank you, All About Maine. I will do yours after the second question for Star the Star. Is the med school? Dear Lord, he needs to do some psychology. That's what I'm thinking. His feelings towards you. Okay, so we've had the bluntness and honesty and stuff like that. Let's see his general feelings. Okay, so yeah, like honestly, it's hard for him because I do feel like, as I said, I'm not a diagnostician, so take this, and I'm not here to diagnose, but this person feels like they've got like a certain amount of bipolar, like they're constantly shifting between one thing and another. Okay? So with the judgment in reverse, like this person judges you fairly, but they're not willing to take the life choices that they need to take with this relationship. So it's hard because like you're like something that they seem to want, or you know, they can see other people want this relationship. So that's a big thing. King of Wands. This person tends to be very playful, go with flow. And this is probably why he comes up against the block with you and honesty and thinks there's immaturity, because you're very, I don't want to say square, but you want to, thank you girl, I will get back to your read soon, sorry. There's kind of like this feeling of that he feels upset that you don't have fun, okay? Knight of Wands. This person rushes into relationships and not works very hard on this. So this is the hardest part, is like this person feels like relaxed, no play. You know, that like they're very playful. They want to, you know, and it's hard because they're kind of wrecking their life by this kind of chilling, I guess. But I do feel one thing that they need to do is they need to figure out what's going on, because I do feel like they need to relax and they need to possibly seek some medication, because honestly, I don't feel like at the moment their brain is under their control, you know, and maybe medication will help, but this is something that you can't deal with. They have to do it themselves. So most of the time, people, unless they know what to do, they're always gonna, you know, and I feel like I don't feel like there's love here, but you know, that's all, you know. Girl, did you send that to my PayPal? Give me 1 second. I will double check. I did see All About Mains. Thank you guys. I was being a bit, yeah. I feel like you both are from two different worlds when it comes to things. Where did you send that? Oh, it was before Mains? Oh, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second to scroll back. Oh, thank you. I just see it. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know. If you do a donation and I just suddenly skip past it, realize that it's because I'm getting old and, you know. So there you go. I hope that helps you, Star. The Star, I appreciate the donation. Are me and T compatible? Okay. So we've got some very interesting things here. And the first one is Page of Pentacles. So I feel like it's more you, girl, than the person that you're asking about, T. So Page of Pentacles in this situation. Thank you, VS. Please put down your question. I will I will get to yours after All About Maine. Jean, please keep an eye on donation messages for me, please. Page of Pentacles. So this is like you might not be able to interact with them as much as they want. Like sometimes emotions or feelings feel very, so foreign maybe to you sometimes. And Page of Cups, take your time to self-reflect sometimes. Instead of sitting there brushing it off, like sometimes go, okay, did I do a good job then? Okay. So there's kind of like you don't have to always be really great in the moment. You just need to take time and figure out if you're actually accepting this person's emotions as good as you are. The love is in reverse. This person loves you very, very much. However, there seems to be a little bit of immaturity, and this could be coming from you. That there's kind of this immaturity in here, and it could be that there's a little bit of an age gap or a little bit of differences in experience. That's not enough to say that you're not compatible. It just means that you might have to work together to become a little bit more mature in this relationship or something like that. There is high compatibility when it comes to backgrounds or experience as well as the lovers. So there's definite good compatibility here. I do feel like you're a little bit more immature than this person, but he can be a little bit more attention seeking, especially in the past. Not in a good way. So I feel like you guys need to work on things. It might just be that you're both very young, and most of the time you've got to work with the conflict resolution. The other thing that I would say is that you might over talk. So if there's an argument or a fight, you might over talk things, and it might just be like time to take a break, time to just figure out why you guys were upset, and then come back and talk about it. But I feel like you're on all of these points of view. I feel like you are struggling and winning. So I do feel like this relationship would last a long time. The one thing that I would definitely feel is that you need to work on your pain points, like what you could do better, and this person has to try also. But most of the time, if we point out like all the flaws in the other person, they'll be like, well, you haven't worked on the flaws on yourself. So that's important, okay? I hope that helped you, girl. Thank you so much for the donation. Do, do, do. And then it's all about Maine. General in finances and love, please and thank you, of course. Okay. General in finances and love. Ooh, I don't like these cards here. Okay. So, in love, I do feel like you have been really at the moment not particularly liking the choices that have brought these people in for you in love, and you're really upset that you keep finding the right, like the same type of person You have to realize that you're physically stuck. So this is like this physical stuckness, and it could be that you're attracting these people in. There was something that was coming to mind, and I don't know why. I feel like you're physically stuck with the way that you feel you look like. So then you try and attract people that you think are going to be attracted to you without realizing that you're quite attractive, you know? So that's one thing that I would say is that if you're physically stuck with your body, and we all are, what are you not liking about your body that is feeding this feeling of attracting these particular people, you know? Because usually what happens is we can change the viewpoints that we have or the viewpoints of our body and change exactly the thought patterns that are in our minds as well. Um so that's the thing. With finances, there's a little bit less money coming in. And before, there's kind of like this feeling of physical stuckness and mental struggle. So you're not going really great, my friend, right now. Um, Realize that these like the mental struggle is illusion. The physical stuckness, not so much, but I think we talked about it that it is your physical body. So, while we're still existing on planet Earth, you will have a body. And that's great because, we could love it because it gives us existence. So, Queen of Pentacles though. I think you've got tenacity, drive, purpose. Now I've told you these things, you probably have quite a lot of goals in mind. So I do feel like get out of your mental struggle and go, well, if there's little monies not coming in, how can I get the little monies back? The physical goals, okay, how do I feel about myself? How can I change myself? So, I am feeling good about myself, so I don't track those bozos in again, you know. And I feel like this energy is going to happen for the rest of the year. So don't worry, it's not going to dissipate and fade. But I do feel like now we've talked about it, I I would suggest like write down 6 things that you want to do this year. Like little monies and like physical goals. Like how are you going to achieve that this year? And with these things, they might not feel that much. You might want to go for gold, but just do them slowly, and you'll figure out that the gradual change is better than the big shift. Okay? Okay. So. Okay. Right. Uh. Where am I going? VS. Okay, so it's VS and then saw. Okay. So give me 1 second. Okay, which year will you get married? I'm going to do pendulum because this is the easiest way to tell you. So which year will you get married? It feels like this is like 4 years from now. Yeah. No, it's definitely 4 years from now. How will Okay, how will be your relationship to each other? Oh, that's interesting. Unless you're talking about as like and I'm not gonna put it out here at VS, but it could be that you are attracting two people in your life. I don't know whether you're masculine or feminine, VS, because this is interesting. There's two people, either that or emotionally and physically, or financially, they're different. So sometimes people can switch. So let's go with, they might be two people that are very attracted to you, or this could be one person. And I'm going to go quickly through this to explain to you. So King of Wands is very passionate, very outgoing, very, very happy, that person that's very bubbly and extroverted and, very passionate. So this could be this person when it comes to themselves in kind of like around people, not professionally, So that's the interesting thing. They might be a little bit older than you just because there seems to be this feeling of like you stepping up. um there could be that you have two kids as well because the two ones here, but there is a little bit of an age gap, but I wouldn't say that long. I would say about 5 years or something. And King of Swords, this person probably will be a little bit more bossy around people, especially when it comes to finances. So they will control finances, and they can be very, uh, yeah, they can be charming, but I do feel like they are a CEO. They run their own business. There's something that they do that's very powerful, but yeah, um, I feel like that's what they bring in for you, So that's what I would get for that. So I feel like at home when they can relax, they're more passionate, more loving, and more giving. It could be that these two people are very different from each other. So there could be a possibility there's more than one person for you. Okay. All right. Okay, so give me 1 second to do the stars. Does B Taurus want to end the connection between us? That's interesting. I don't think so, but he does want to moderate this relationship. He's scared that if you get everything that you want, you're going to leave. So there's kind of this bit. And before, he was trying to get your attention the wrong way. So with Queen of Swords, they're very, very highly intelligent. This is where your bluntness comes in too. So that's honestly one thing that I would say. And Queen of Swords is definitely a blunt card. Very highly intelligent. She can be sophisticated and charming, but she can be very blunt and sometimes very cutting, especially if she's considered an idiot. Or she thinks that she's being considered an idiot. There's temptation for this person to walk alone. This is not good for them. And I think it's because they feel most of their life being uncared for, not being looked after. And that's what really comes in and resonates with me is this person's suffering. That doesn't mean that you should make this better. I think that this needs to be something that they need to do themselves. And you were already telling us about the drinking, is that the first rule is people have to admit that they have a problem, and then they have to seek help, and you're not that one for them. So like, honestly, I feel like they really want this connection, but there's also temptation for this to feel hard for them, and try to walk, because they're just like, this person will never understand me, this person doesn't understand me at all, I need to moderate this behavior. um I do feel like this person's got more than that, and yeah, as I said, um I don't diagnose anybody, that's not my job, but the last bit was like, hey, this person might need some kind of medication, just to level them out, make sure that they're not creating addictive behaviors for themselves. um Two, what is my child's father see the Aries energy towards us, towards you? Okay, right. I feel like this person doesn't like giving up the money. Um, I don't feel like this person really likes paying for anything, or okay. Yeah, so, okay. This is interesting. Okay, we'll get to that. So, the first thing, so we were talking about the money and not wanting to pay money, and, being very bad with money. So, that's the big thing that's coming through for those two cards. This one, this person feels that you're immature, that you are just weighing on them like you were dead weight. People make excuses, about, lost relationships. They'll try to justify themselves a lot. But there seems to be that this person's very excited about the other opportunities that are coming in their life. So that's offset with their behavior of, they're heartbroken that this relationship didn't work out. However, I don't feel like they really admitted that they weren't ready to really look after people, or look after you and your child. So I do feel like this person, because most of the time this means that this person doesn't have a healthy sense of their own worth. Sometimes they can feel very worthless. Now, this is not your fault. This is what they need to work on. And if you don't work on this, guys, then you can't keep any good things in your life. You don't trap them when they come in for you, because you don't feel like you're worthy. So most of the time when people don't feel worthy, they don't work hard on it. They don't try to put their kind of um work, into that. The Tower in reverse. I feel like this person, like, he's trying to rebuild this relationship, or at least he's trying to. But one thing that I would definitely feel for you, Star the Star, is that because we just pulled you up and you're Queen of Swords, King of Swords. This means that you both have air energy, that you're both acting from the mind. So air is mind. There's a lot of different ones, but air is the mind. And so therefore you both can be very, charming, can be very honest with each other, but when you fight, when you get angry, when you get, um it cannot it can be very nasty. So sometimes swords are really good, great people, great people. Um but I do feel like he was quite authoritarian, quite, so that's what I would say from these cards. So, I don't know. I feel like this person's trying to work on this relationship, but if they don't understand that they have been the problem, like give and take. But I do feel like this person, you were trying more than this person, okay? So there you go. Thank you, Star the Star. Yep. I will do VS's. Okay. Right. VS. Okay. I think we did VS's one. Was there another question? Do 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 do, because we did all the Moon in Taurus and a Virgo Sun. Oh my, your trouble. So she posted several more questions. I only see the one of Devendra's ex feelings towards. Okay, right. Ex feelings towards Vidhay Sharma. I'm seeing in her dreams often. Why? Okay. So, what is the ex's feelings towards Vidhay? Well, there's flirting. There's over flirting. So, this person's feeling like a lot of flirting, Thank you, Victoria, for the donation. I appreciate it. So, yeah, over flirting, Queen of Pentacles. Why are you seeing him in your dreams often now, and why? So, Queen of Pentacles, I think you're getting your life in order. And so, therefore, when we put our lives in order, when we feel like more secure, we wonder about what could have happened. And I do feel like you're bringing this into your dream state to answer that question. Most of the time with dreams, they are trying to answer some things that have been on our subconscious for a while. That's why when you wake up and you kind of remember something, it's because you have been thinking about it quite a lot in real life, like what could have been, and so therefore the dreams are trying to answer you. What's going on between him and the third party? He unfollowed her from social media. I feel like he's just doing that for attention. So I guess that he will be back in contact with her in some point of time, because it doesn't feel like it's ended yet. So there you go. Thank you for that donation. Thank you also to Victoria for the new super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So will Paul and I reconcile this March? Does he love you? Okay. There is a possibility that you both reconcile in March. However, this person seems to be always kind of one foot in with you and 1 foot out the door, you know? So honestly, I would not trust this person to be coming back for good. Does he love you? I feel like this is a fear attachment. So I I don't feel like this person loves you as much as doesn't want you to leave, Victoria, which is a big problem, because when we are attached to someone with fear, there's kind of like this person will leave someday, you know, and I don't want that to happen, you know, so that's important. So this person hasn't given them space to actually love you, so that's important. So if someone thinks that people are going to leave them, they're never ever going to be in that space, okay? Okay, so thank you, Acacia. Is it Acacia? Like the tree. Should I press charges against the police? Okay, so. Oh. I feel like you might want to do that. Keisha. Okay. Thank you, Keisha. Um, you might want to do that for your own kind of benefit. It might make you feel better about it. But there seems to be another way to approach this that will not be as bad. Because if you press charges and you go to court, they will win because they have more money. That's important. So I feel like you could file a complaint or something, but however, I do feel like, you know, it's going to be hard. So there you go. I'm sorry about that. I wish that it was more fair, but you know. Divine Soul, what's the current feelings of Owen? How does he feel after reading my messages? I had an emotional meltdown while I was writing the messages. Did he find it rude? Okay. So, current feelings of Owen, he's pretty stable. I feel like he's really working on things mentally. So he's approaching things very much in that view of mind, not feeling much, but thinking a lot. What did he feel after reading your messages? I feel like he wants to work less on this. It's hard for him to feel the same way as you feel. This could be just because he's not in that stable heart space, so that's kind of a hard thing that I would say. Does he find it rude? I don't feel so. I think that he was understanding about like how the messages were, and I think he accepts the messages. It's just the frustrating part is like he doesn't know what to say about it, because you know, if you're in the mind space and you need to be in the heart space, you know, I do feel like you might get a message tomorrow about it than tonight for you, okay? You're very welcome. Rapali says, will a Melody CPA select and hire me? By the end of the week, she said that she will update the results this week. You're very welcome. Hello, Seba. Hi. Welcome in. Okay. Will this person hire you? No, I don't feel like they will. So the Ace of Swords, there was kind of like you were very blunt. They didn't want that bluntness. And yeah, I feel like they've already selected the person that they want to select. So I do feel like no. So search out new opportunities while you're still waiting for this, okay? Your lady awaits says, what is my talent and what talent do most people assume I have? Your talent is that even when you're scared, you land on your feet. You're very lucky in some ways. You know, your lady awaits. You just have that. You can be very charismatic, very intellectual. So a lot of times I feel like the kind of if you were playing a game of chess, I don't know if you're good at chess, but you tend to win things that are very mentally like Rubik's cubes and stuff like that. What other people think your superpower is ignoring people. You go in a room and like you just tend to like zone out and people are like, hey, you go good, and you're like, yeah, I'm fine. And you're like, you weren't listening to me, and you're like can repeat the whole thing back to them. But most of the time people think ignoring people is your superpower. um when he said he doesn't feel the same, does do you mean he doesn't love me anymore? No, I feel like most of the time like Owen's very much in mind space. So if we're in mind space, not in heart space, then we can't feel, you know? So there's kind of like that block between his feeling and yours. And this is why, like, you should wait until message tomorrow because he'll be more in that heart space tomorrow. Okay. Lisa says, may I know the plans and actions of art for me this month? So it seems like fair judgment. So this person seems to be wanting to still be in a relationship with you. If being on your mind now, they haven't asked you out, they will ask you out. But it seems like this person's ready to kind of move on to a next action with you. This might be like just taking you out for dinner or but it seems like they're trying to fit you in their very busy life right now. So do realize that they're very moving, always on the move. Okay, Jade says, what is G's feelings for me currently? So this person seems like they don't understand. They need to reconsider this relationship. It might be that you're still very much close to someone in your past. Like a boyfriend or someone else that seems to be a romantic interest that this person gets very jealous of. But it's kind of a weird thing that I would say that yeah, they're feeling excited about this relationship. However, they're feeling very possessive right now. Arita, thank you for the donation. Let me know your question. The Chariot in reverse, they're staying with this relationship. However, do realize that's kind of like this feeling that someone is taking you away from this person. Okay. Question 1. Is it true that the neighbor called so that on February 14th I got money fine by parking? Okay, let me double check. So true, the neighbor called so that on Friday, the February the 14th, I got money fined by the police to parking. I do feel like this is true. I would say yes to this, Arita. Thank you for the donation. Zebaha says, why is my friend Z ignoring me, not checking in on me, or even suggesting to hang out sometime? Do I bore him? He's not in a mentally great space right now. However, he's very excited about you, wants to be around you. So there's the excitement here, but this person's heart is healing. So it's just maybe like I'm feeling like this emotional undercurrent here. Like maybe they've gone through something really big right now. Thank you, Victoria, for the donation. Let me get to your question very soon. So I do feel like this person's maybe lost someone. So they're kind of in grief right now instead of like, but they would want to hang out with you. That's not the problem here. The problem is that they're feeling very, very, very bad right now mentally. Okay, so I don't know if someone's passed, but it feels like that. My follow-up question is, what Paul's next actions towards me? Should I reach out and go to his house? Okay, so Paul's next actions are nothing. Knight of Swords in reverse is like their energy is not in the right place. So even though they have a lot of energy right now, they're not spending it in the right place. So their energy is getting expended not where it needs to go. And they're not taking the right choices that they need to take towards you. So most of the time, this is a life choice whether they should commit, whether they should get into a deeper commitment with you, but this is not something that they've done, and they want to care and protect you. So there's a decent love here. I feel like this person really cares for you. However, it feels like their actions and their words speak different. Like, this is the genuine feeling in their heart, but when it comes to the surface, when it comes to the very pure conscious level, their kind of actions and words are not lining up. So I would honestly say to you, be a little bit careful of this person, because if they're not really willing to show you how much they care, then it could be that they need some, time to talk about why they're giving you these things, why they're avoiding you. Moore says, question one, I came to a new realization about my strange family. What does my guides have to say about it? You feel so confident, so like happy. Okay, your guides are like saying stay still. There's kind of like this feeling of don't rock the boat, but it's kind of like be kind of like where you are. Don't kind of start jumping up, to do something. Just, like sit with this, you're struggling and winning, so I think that you have got to a point that you understand things a lot more. And I do feel like you're starting to realize that a lot of the things that you might have thought have been your fault for so long haven't been. And even though, like, we could sit there and go, we've got the bowl in front of us that's kind of like what we've been served in life. When it's not like full, when it's like empty and we're starting to wonder when we're going to get anything, I do feel like you can lean on your friends and your family and your support. Well, not family, but like support, you know, because most of the time family is a mix, you know. Um it always says blood is thicker than water, but it's not always. That's only part of the equation, you know. So it's not like um the whole quote is blood is thicker than water, but people around you are always going to be your family. Whether you assign them like family and you go, okay, well, this friend is my family, you know, that's the case. So I think you're very confident, and I think that working all these ways through, you realize that yeah, there's definitely things that you're processing now that are correct. Some of these things you will have to get to a point that you see other things underneath. So, how can I explain it? Occam's razor. Does anyone know Occam's razor in chat? So it's the ability to break things down. So you do another slice and you see something different, and then you kind of fragment things until you see that everything's very complicated. Even though it might look simpler on the surface, there's so many under things underneath that you haven't even unpacked. So there you go. Lotus Rose, welcome in. Welcome in. How is everybody? Samaria says, what is a Baba thinking about me? Hey. Manita, I haven't even seen your question yet. Sorry. I will try to be as specific as I can. So therefore, then you guys can hear this. So then you'll know exactly who's on it is. Everybody's been here for a while. I know that everybody's been here for a while. So what is Baba's feelings for you? So this is interesting. King of Pentacles. This person's willing to share money with you, but it's more like even their monetary value. So it's like they want to look after you. They want to give you lots of things, you know. Ace of Swords, you might have to downplay your bluntness when it comes to this person. They are trying. Um, but underneath their heart is healing. So do realize that you might want them to show you affection or other things, but they have to heal first before they're willing to give you a lot more. Okay, so that's important. Crystal Light says, please, can you tell me what's coming in Korean love? I'm single and not working, struggling financially. That is a hard thing. So what's coming in Korea and love? The Fool. So there seems to be something that's coming in for you. Thank you, Victoria, for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. So honestly, everything is working out for you. So the Fool, go with a certain amount of, how can I explain this? Like, go with the feeling that everything's alright. which sounds absolutely preposterous and should not be something that is really that great. But you should just go with, like, okay, I'm going to get through this day. Everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to work out for me. The full card, the cards, the universe likes foolish energy. It likes the positivity. It likes abundance of positivity, and it likes abundance of faith. This is kind of like really a weird thing to have, especially if you're single and you're struggling financially. You're going to be like, Cassandra, what you talking about? I can't do that. You can just kind of believe. As priestess, you're blocking your manifestations. So this could be writing down affirmations for yourself, but because you're blocking things coming in for you, then it's kind of a hard thing for the universe to give you what you want. So you might have to work through, like, what beliefs you have when it comes to money. What beliefs come when getting a job? What are the beliefs coming for love? So you could probably have the normal beliefs of, okay, job is hard. It's hard to apply for a job. It's hard to kind of keep someone or find a new person that's nice. It's hard. And when we block the universe, because everything's easy once you realize that it's not it's not hard, like, the universe doesn't want to give us the block. It's like one of those stupid things that I would say, that you might be putting too many specifics on the universe. Like, I have to, like, twirl twice at the post office before I drop the letter in the post. Um, and so therefore the universe will be like, well, you didn't twirl 2 times at the post office. Well, maybe you don't want this. And this is the block that you're giving the universe. There is life choices to be made that you are making, so that seems very positive and thumbs up. So I think other than the blockage that you need to work through, I think everything else will work out fine. But you need to be very specific what blockages you have. Victoria says, should I reach out to Paul and go to his house and ask for reconciliation? Okay. Yes. So the chariot and talking, like flirting, yes. Those saying that you need to work on whether you feel yourself to be worthy or not of a reconciliation. Because if you don't work on how you feel, like emotionally or mentally, that you are worthy in every single fiber of your being to be in a relationship, especially with this person that has, then you might have this bet that this relationship will pass through for you again. But with the chariot and the 3 of Cups, I would definitely feel like you need to go and talk to this person again. Okay? Thank you so much for the donation. Do we have any more donation readings? Let me know, Jean. Queen says, may I know why Carlo stopped texting me? Sorry. He's a new person. I was like, testing you? I feel like this person's heartbroken that they were texting you a lot, but it felt like you were always very standoffish, a little bit more, unattainable. This is in the past, so I feel like this person's kind of moved on for you, you know? It was meaning to go to the house this Saturday. That sounds good. If you can work on your sense of self and your self-esteem. I know that's hard, stupid, but you know, Ariana, you've got three jobs. Your co-workers working with me at the gas station versus KFC versus Subway. My God, how many jobs do you have? Oh my Lord. 3 jobs. You work harder than I do. Mad respect. You're very welcome, Queen. So, question. Okay, gas station. Uh, you can be very okay. So you're going to say which place to work at. You haven't got a job yet. Okay, so you're asking about them or you're asking about how they'll see you? Because then I'll the cards have been put off, so you know. Thank you, girl. And thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Let me do Ariana's, and you know, if they will get along with me. Okay, so King of Swords in reverse. You feel a little bit more authoritarian at the gas station. So that's kind of a weird thing that I would say is that they might not like you because it seems like you will be a little bit more angry, a little bit more, you know, not so happy. I feel like, yeah, it's kind of got authoritarian edge, but you're also not going to be very happy. Um, this is King of Swords though, so let's say it could be a masculine. So let's say, okay, instead of like translating it as you, it's more a person that's at work, like a manager or boss that you're not gonna like. King of Swords is not great. KFC, I feel like people will accept your hustle, accept that you are grinding very hard. So I feel like KFC, you will get better, like, you know, people will accept the grind, you know, like, mad respect, good job, what you're gonna do after KFC kind of thing. Subway, you'll be left on your own. You'll have to fend for yourself, you know. They might give you some kind of tutorial, but after that, you're on your own. Good luck. So I definitely feel like KFC is a good place to apply if you're not already. There you go. What does T like about me versus dislikes? That is a very cheeky one, but you know, what does T like about you? Okay, so we'll go with what T likes about you and what he doesn't like about you. So this is the like pile, and I'm liking what I see. So that's a good thing. Okay. So, what does he not like? What does he like about you first? Let's go with the likes because this is the like pile. He likes that you go with the flow. You're very happy go lucky. You're always off on a new adventure. You're always it feels like physically active, like just going, you know, pell mell, you know. He also likes that your heart is full and you're very focused on him. So you are a very big person for loyalty. If someone comes into your heart, you don't give yourself to other people. You know, you tend to focus on them exclusively, which can be very exhausting. You have a very, very extroverted part of yourself. This doesn't mean, guys, extroversion is on a spectrum, but ones are always people that need lots of people to be around. So sometimes you can burn out relationships in the past because you can be quite intense and honestly kind of focusing yourself so you bring more friends, more family into your relationships would be a good thing. um what he doesn't like about you is sometimes when you are scared he's going to leave, you tend to only show a certain amount of love, a certain amount of attention. Like, so there's kind of like this feeling of freezing up on him in some ways and only showing a bare minimum because you're like, he's gonna leave or they're going to, you know. The other thing is because you're so different, that's something that he doesn't like, is that sometimes you guys play differently. So there's kind of like this feeling of that you don't always know the rules when it comes to like interaction with each other. And the playfulness tends to be different. You might play kind of roughly. um I don't know whether I could say, you know, in the bedroom if you do oh la la. But there's kind of like this rough tumble play with you. This might be because you're brown brothers and this person doesn't understand the playful aspect of you. But I feel like this is fun, but you've got to realize that this person might not understand your version of fun. Okay? Welcome in, guys. Oh well, thank you so much, Jean. Member for 1 month. Welcome. Thank you for being a. Jean is an amazing moderator, by the way. We've got so many amazing moderators. I definitely have to thank every single one of them. But thank you, Jean, for renewing your membership. So, Opera, new subs, how does my Libra feel and his intentions towards me in distance? We're separated. Okay, and then I would do Jeans because, you know. So what is his new attentions? So with the Tower, there's kind of a finality with this relationship. So I always see this tower being the crumbling of the aspects. Like you guys couldn't keep this relationship together. The Hierophant is this was the wisest action. There was kind of like this feeling of this is the wisest thing for you guys to have this distance. And he's not controlling this relationship. So if you do want this to be renewed or you want to actually discuss or talk about this, then he needs to actually you need to talk about this. You need to work on this if you want a resolution. I feel like he's very happy where he is now, and it could just be that he's realized that somehow it wasn't working the way it was working. Okay. Yes, Virgo resorted to spying on me. Why did the Virgo resorted to spying on me instead of talk? Okay. Ooh, okay. This person might not be able to confront you in a certain way. There's kind of like this feeling of non-excitement when this person feels like talking or conversing with you because you can be slightly scary, Jean. I don't know why I'm feeling this energy, but this person can be very intimidated and slightly scared. This is the first time I've felt like wands can be scary. I don't know why. This person's very scared of you in some way. Queen of Wands, you're very focused on this person. Like, kind of like laser vision through the wall. You know, that feeling of like this person feels that you're spying on them too, which happens. Like, guys, I'll honestly say, people that think a certain way and do a certain thing think other people do the same thing as well. It's basic psychology. So they think that you're spying on them too. But because your fire aspect you know, and this person's water, they might feel like every time they talk to you or they like around you, they evaporate. This is what happens with too much fire around water. Usually the reverse is usually true. The water puts out the fire. But this time I feel like your fire aspect is dominating this person too much. Okay. Um, yeah, sorry guys, then I am going to take 1 minute. So I'm going to put the on a break. I am going to be 2 minutes, but I'll be right through. Thinks I'm psychic and it creeps him out. You probably are. But anyway. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Sorry, I am right back. Sorry about that. Uh, you know, life life called, you know. um PJ says, does B regrets what he did with me? Um Kinda, but also not really. So that's kind of a hard thing that I would say. Like, hello, welcome in, Wolfie. So yeah, I would say no to, like, there's some things that he regrets, other things he doesn't. Okay. PU says, can I know some messages from my new romantic to be partner? Has Taylor moved on from me forever? Okay, so I do feel like your partner does love you very, very much, or this new partner. However, they feel like sometimes you can be very hard on yourself, or you're not so. Farida, please put down your question. So, like, honestly, you can put, please take my question, it's never taken. Put your question after that so I can answer that, you know? So PU, they feel like you're very harsh on yourself. Is this person moved on for good? Yes. They have. So that other question that you're asking, there you go. Hello, Dr. Pasana. Welcome in. Yara says, Pendulum, will I pass my exam in languages on Monday? What exam are you doing? Are you going to pass your exam? So that seems like a yes to that. Here you go. No worries. I'm so sorry that sometimes people don't get their message read. I apologize. Okay? So, you're very welcome, Yara, as well. Wolfie says, what love message do you have for me? Page of Wands. Stop being so scared. Step up and step up. I feel like you're very scared for some reason pursuing new love interests or people in general. There seems to be some very realistic people coming in for you that you can go out on dates, take more than one person to date and see how you go. And there's a life choice coming up that you're taking, which is going to change your love life in general. So I feel like the cards are saying don't be scared, just do it. Lovey says, will Aaron and Calvin be successful if they take me to court to steal the 30% of my cousin's estate? Oh, 9 of Cups. There seems to be some kind of like pay to be due, lovely, that's going to be taken out. And you'll just have to accept that. So I feel like it's going to be less than 30%, but I do feel like maybe 15% will go. Okay. Lotus Rose says, what do I need to know about my surroundings via social media the last 2 weeks that I wasn't aware of? There's kind of like the feeling of skies falling and you're judging yourself harshly. So I feel like social media, especially right now, is not where you should be because this is impacting your mental health like really badly. Um I don't see anything about other people, so I feel like this is kind of like you're doing this to yourself, Lotus, more than anybody else being very direct on you or being judgmental of you, you know? That's important, okay? Gabby says, does A from my gym have any crush on me? Like, will anything happen between us? I feel like this person feels like you're cute. Queen of Pentacles. Like, this person honestly would not, like, date you. Like, I feel like this. Gabby, does this A work at the gym? Because I feel like they're not dating you because they work at the gym. Because the judgment in reverse, this person's kind of getting held back by something, you know? And I feel like it's just maybe they. It's weird because the judgment's here. Like, this person feels like you're awesome, you know? But with the judgment, I would say no to dating. And the weirdest thing is I feel it's just because, you know, work. No. He likes you, yes. Himani says, tell me Palmer's current feelings about me, no contact. So that person really found you cute, likes your hustle, likes your vibe, but there was just like, no, this person wouldn't date you. And I feel like it was something else. Okay, so Himani, current feelings about you, no contact. I feel like this person's in their headspace and they're also not in control of this relationship. So they've let they're not in control anymore. They've let go of you. Um they realize that you're quite upset about this, but with them being in their own headspace, I don't feel like they're getting out of that anytime soon. How do they feel? I feel like mildly oblivion. You know, that bit where they're just watching, they're not doing much. Aldous says, is H dating other girls? Is he going to choose me over them? Is he dating other girls? No. Would he choose them over you? No. I feel like this person's really mature. And doesn't want to do the same things as other people do, you know? So, Munizia says, what is Muhammad Amin's feelings? What is going on in his life without me? Next action, no contact. What is his feelings? The Nine of Cups. So this feels like he's very drawn back to you. With the Nine of Cups, this is like happiness and stuff like that. So that's a really big thing, is like happiness of relationships. Um, and the yin and yang energy of partnerships. So this person's getting drawn back in for you. What's going on with life without you? He's very angry at the moment, very frustrated. You could have been the kind of block for this person, where like you were always like the calming influence on this person's life, and now you're gone. This person gets angry. Next action, he's fearful and he's hiding away, so he might be retreating from other people. Maybe this part of him scares him a lot. The anger scares him, and he doesn't like being angry, so it's just repeating. And he's scared, so he's hiding away from other people, and possibly you as well. Kat says, what's coming towards you? There's a little bit of heartbreak. Let me ask the cards why. Because I feel like this is something that's coming up for you. I feel like this is a person, like a guy, Cat, that's coming in for you, that's going to be more heartbreak for you, okay? So do realize that's slight heartbreak for you right there. Page of Cups, there's kind of like you're getting out of self-reflection and you're getting into your own space where you can kind of look around and be more free. And instead of asking for things without like putting any effort in, start putting that effort in before you get the thing that you want. That's important for you, Kat. Sukania says, how does Omar Libra feel towards me? No contact. You're very welcome. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so this death card. This person's going through a cycle here. So they've got an ending. It could be that they're ending this kind of contact with you. They're not continuing. There's a feeling of not wanting to continue the same thing as they had before. And I do feel like they're going towards someone that's loving, that they have a connection with. Okay? So there's kind of like this feeling of finality when it comes to you and them. Aldonia says, how are you? I'm going great, and you want a general. Okay. So, at the moment, you need to get out of your headspace because you're very much in your own headspace. and you need to step up. I feel like there's something that you think you're unworthy of that you really want. You really want in life, but you never achieve because you don't feel like you're ready, that you give yourself excuses, you know? And you shouldn't give yourself excuses. I feel like put the effort in before you ask for something out of it because you might get bored easily and you need to work on that, you know. Wants to connect. I would say no with that, Himani. Libra says, hi, gorgeous. How does bald guy at the gym view me? He tends to smile at me whenever we lock eyes. Bald headed men. It's actually a song. It's a really funny song, but it's about the sexiness of bald headed men. Okay, so the Wheel of Fortune. Trust the universe. You're guided where you need to go. With the fear, there's kind of like this fear of like you might let this pass and it's affecting your moods. So I feel like let the fear go. Allow the universe to take you. Oh, it's a banger. I used to sing it as a kid. I can't remember all the lyrics other than bald headed men. Um, it's great. It tells you all the, so yeah. So yeah, just trust the universe. I feel like this is allow the universe to kind of guide you because I feel like if you get caught up in the fear of like, I feel with the Wheel of Fortune, then yes, you know, but I feel like just allow the universe to give you chances. Okay. Gustavi says a physical appearance of my future spouse, like how I recognize him by looking at him. Hello, Tracy. Wow, he's hot. You might not think that he is. um, Physical appearance of my future spouse, like how will I recognize him by looking at him? I feel like you'll know him because you'll instantly feel like I don't know, like someone that has like you're very welcome, Libra, that you met before. So that's important because there's kind of like this feeling like you've known this person before. So if and like they have the certain thank you certain attributes that are the same, there's a period of time that you're going to be kind of moving, traveling, really putting aside a lot of the things that you felt like you wanted. So I do feel like this is kind of like you're going on this journey of discovering yourself. And when you go on this journey of discovery, is when you meet this person and you're like, yes, I am still taking yes and no questions. I will always take yes and no questions, but there you go. So it's more like a journey of discovery, and you just meet this person and they speak to your soul. Should you fly to Australia on March the 8th or March the 10th? Okay. So, should you fly to Australia on March the 8th, not March the 10th? So, it's March the 8th for you. There you go. Tandem says, why is Scorpio avoiding me by telling him he's busy? Oh, he is busy. But the thing is that he is busy, but he's also putting things off by telling you he's busy, Tandem. So, honestly, this person needs to like get their gear together, get themselves started. But it's also that at the moment they're not sharing anything with you, Tandem. So it's kind of like this person's being quite selfish, not sharing things with you. And it's like they see the bigger picture and you're narrowing things down, but I do feel like this person's kind of maybe not into you as much as you're into them, Tandem. Like you know the book like you he's just not that into you. That feels like the case there. North says Torsa 11 of March. Should I attend my running test or not? In 12th of March. Yes, you should attend. You're giving your self excuses why you shouldn't be there, but you should. So yes, you should do that. Girl, has he ever got a tarot reading on me? I don't think he believes in that kind of stuff. I think he would do anything to make you happy, but he wouldn't do that on his own, you know. Mekaha says, what would I like and dislike about me? What do I see our future together? So what does he like and not like about you? Future together. So what he likes is you tend to be in your headspace often. This is quite amusing to him. He likes the ideas that you bring up. What he doesn't like is you're very competent, that you can do what you want, and you're very good at, juggling your life. You don't need anybody else to help you with it. The last one was like your future together. This is the card of celebrations. This can also mean marriage. So I would say that you guys get married or you have a very long future together. C Saint says, what are Psalm's feelings and intentions towards me? Okay. So I do feel like this person wants to flirt with you. However, because their heart is full. Thank you, Katie, for that donation yet again. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. I will do yours straight after C Saints. So this person's heart is full and they're starting to get very angry with little things. So it's hard for them to kind of open up and be more vulnerable. Um, I feel like this is going to change in the future. It's just at the moment they're less likely to share their feelings with you. And if they don't allow that space for you to come into their lives and open up their heart, is going to be hard because you're going to keep on bouncing off their heart, okay? So, Katie says, can you please see what Jordan's thinking in regards to me? How are you today, Katie? I hope you're good. Thank you so much for the donation today. I appreciate that so much. That's good to hear. Nice to see you. So, what is Jordan thinking about regards to you? So, this person seems to be very focused on you, even though they have a lot of distractions around them. They keep on being focused on you. Knight of Swords, and yeah, it's kind of a weird thing that I would feel is they're possibly coming back to you very, very soon, even if they haven't been in contact with you. They're going to be very, very soon. There's an addiction here. There's an addiction here to dating people that are younger than him in some way. And so therefore it's hard, because like honestly this person might have to realize that they have this addiction to dating people that are younger than them. So Jordan's addiction. He needs to let go of that. That might be something that he's kind of getting out of, you know. The Emperor and Justice, he doesn't feel great at the moment. There's kind of like this feeling of that he has been feeling not that great on physically and emotionally. He's not feeling great. But I do feel like he's coming back to you because he's a mess without you kind of feeling. So the Justice reverse and the Emperor is not great. He hasn't been looking after himself at all. That's one thing that I'm feeling. So there you go. Hello, Karen, welcome in. Positive Vibes says, question 1, how does A feel towards me? Give me one moment, Katie. I will do positives and then I will do yours. Thank you so much for the donation. A relationship is it's in the beginning. We're just talking. Okay. So I would say this person needs to spend time working on themselves. Positive vibes. So the King of Swords has anger. They're kind of like the frustration, anger. They're trying so hard to get to a certain place with you. This might be that they're trying so hard to get to a certain level of intimacy with you that you're very, very uncomfortable with right now, positive. So do realize that this person might be trying to rush this relationship more than you, and this is probably going to end in heartbreak because you're not ready for that intimacy and they are. Okay? So Katie, so Katie says, is he going to end communication with other women? There's still an addiction here for him. I'd say from all of these cards, I would say no to this, Katie. Unfortunately. What you might be asking is just too hard. Okay? So, sorry. So, all of these things is like King of Anger, struggling, not walking away, King of Swords, and then we have the Heartbreak card. So, this is usually a card of yes. You know, it's not going the way that you want. So I would say no, he won't give up talking to this woman, or, you know, if he had all these women. I will ask very quickly that, Katie, and then I'll move on to other people. I think he always needs the need to feel like love and affection. And so therefore, why he needs you is because there's kind of Two of Cups and the Nine of Cups. So you bring him happiness, you bring him contentment. it's just like the hardest part is that he needs to choose this life choice where he gives a lot of these things away. Then they're not serving him, but he chooses this, you know? Debaha says, what do my colleagues think of me? Do they think I'm smart, skilled, or stupid? So, smart, skilled. Okay. So honestly, you can be quite a lot in your headspace right now, Sebaha. So sometimes I don't feel like you're skilled in, like you're smart around other people. So you're probably not very good at discerning what are like people's emotions or stuff like that. Skilled, not yet, Sebaha. It seems like you might be Seba. You might be sometimes not thinking about how much progress you made. So sometimes you're when you're panicked or something like that, your skills go out the window. And this is just down to practice. Like you just need to keep on practicing the stuff. You're very smart. I think like when you think about stupidity, you get very upset because one thing that you don't feel like you are is stupid. And if people insult your intelligence, you are the first one to defend it. Okay? So you're a very intelligent person just around other people, like maybe people skills, you're not so great. Okay? Thank you guys so much for everything. Arjun says, what is mine and Dixon's future together? Does he say to my friends we're too much in love with him and he is not? Um, so honestly, this person's does he say to his friends that I am too much in love with him and he is not? I think he pretends to be so cool and so standoffish, but then he also like thinks, okay, this person might be slightly boring. So it's like trying to be cool around his friends. Um I don't know why, because they seem like from my mind's eye very incredibly stupid. I don't know why he tends to hang out with them as much as he does. But your future together is like a celebrations, lots of things coming in for you, but there's kind of like this feeling of marriage also. Okay. Enchantress says, will I be able to crack essay subject? Am I preparing right? Question. Okay. So here, will I be able? You aren't putting yourself in control of this essay subject. It feels like you're kind of being a little bit wishy-washy about this essay. I don't know why I'm getting this feeling, but you're not in control of this essay subject. And you should get someone to help you that's a little bit um more emotional. It's weird, like emotional writing comes to mind. So someone that's a little bit more like a novelist or something, to help you. So King of Cups that can help you write this essay a little bit more eruditely. So like they help you and they help you guys you through writing, because at the moment if you do it by yourself, I feel like you'll fail because you don't have the direction that needs to be taken on this, and you're not feeling confident enough for you to be in control. Okay? Sophie says, will I have a marriage of all in 2023 or 2024? Okay, so I'm gonna ask the pendulum for you because this is a very easy yes. So is there going to be a marriage in 2023? So no, 2024. It's a perhaps in 2024. It's just like a weird thing that I would say perhaps will you have a relationship before marriage? So yes, it's definitely a relationship before marriage, Sophie. So I do feel so, but it feels like working on like working on yourself and it will help you in your relationships, okay? Kevin says, "Oh, would my higher self like me to date Caval? We're both cancers." Your higher self says run, not walk to the nearest exit. So they're saying no to this relationship. Okay. Cassandra says, "What will wait me this year? How can I make it the best year starting now?" Okay. Clean up your environment, clean up your space, get rid of some of your anxiety. So that's one thing that I would say, like you're struggling mentally a lot. So tend to automate tasks or kind of cut down all the things that you're, frustrated about. So yeah, at the moment, declutter your house and work on your mental headspace. Even if it's meditating for 15 or 20 minutes before every start of the day, there's someone coming in for you, Cassians. So if you're in a relationship, it just means that you get deeper in this relationship. If you're single, someone's coming in for you. So this won't be something that you're working on, but because you're working on this, other things will come in for you, especially this. Hello, friend. How are you? I'm going great, Ephra. May I ask if Aries has a crush on me, their feelings towards me, please? So, so if Aries has a crush on you, I don't think so. I feel like this person's very intimidated by you, actually, Ephra. Um, so you might be like really crushing on them, but they're not crushing on you. They're a little bit scared of you, actually. So, um, I would say no to that one. Salama says, "When will my person call and text me his overall feelings for you?" So at this moment, this person's emotional needs are being met by you. There's also a really beautiful friendship, which is good in a relationship, you know? Probably staring, I would say, Ifra. Like you're staring at them, and you might not know what kind of facial expression you're getting, but you're definitely staring at them a lot. So there's like this friendship, love kind of feeling here. And this person does want like marriage or like celebrations with you. So this is definitely feels a very strong love, okay? Um and will when will my person call you or text you? So is it this week? So it is this week. Is it tomorrow? Are they going to text you tomorrow? So they're going to text you tomorrow, but they're not going to call you tomorrow. They might call you on the weekend. Is that? They're going to call you on the weekend, but they'll text you tomorrow. Okay. Okay, personally says, hello, will R, the Libra, try and come back when I have moved on? No. No, this person won't come back when you've moved on, unfortunately. Fatima says, does Jawed have feelings for you? You're very welcome. So Ace of Cups, Hierophant. No, I don't feel like this person has feelings for you because the heart is full. They're also quite a workaholic right now, so I think that they feel like it's wise more to pursue work than to pursue a relationship right now. Sarah says me and H for the next 2 months. Okay. Sarah, sorry. I said Sarah. My mom's name's Sarah. But that's not the right one. Okay. So there feels like you guys are making a little bit more plans, a little bit more decisions in life. I think that you need to work a little bit more on your self-esteem for the next 2 months. So any good things that are coming in for you, you can capture and keep. And you have to let go of things and walk away from some things. So I feel like decluttering, getting rid of things that you don't want in your relationship, working together to kind of minimize your life in some ways, okay? Not everything, okay? And Nine of Cups seems like the yin and yang of the partnership. I feel like very happy. Like you guys really love each other. But it's like this feeling of like everything's getting very completed for you. So, you know. Firstborn says you told me before I was able to manifest another dream about my celebrity crush, but can you please give me a time frame of when, because it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't, Firstborn? Okay, is this dream coming in this week? Is it tomorrow? It says tomorrow. I was feeling tomorrow. It says tomorrow. I would go with it's tomorrow. So, you know. I hope that helped. Come back if you haven't, like, manifested them, and I'll be like, you might need some mugwort tea, I think. Susie says, how does Abdul Rahman feel and think towards my relationship still new? I feel like this person's going with how they feel in this relationship. So they still don't know completely who you are, and they're wondering how you do things and how you interact. So I feel like there's a natural curiosity, but they're still going with the flow, you know? So the thing that I would say, it's past 2 a.m., Sophie. Is anybody else past 2 a.m.? M says, what is R's energy for me? Okay. What is R's energy for me? Says M, can I trust him for a reliable marriage? Does he want it? Okay. So R's energy for you is scaredness. It might be that this person doesn't feel like committing. So that's the thing that I would say. Can I trust him for a reliable marriage? The Hierophant, I would definitely feel like you should trust him. Does he want it? No, he doesn't want it. It could just be that he's not ready to feel like he's ready to get it, but I do feel like overall you guys will get married. So, okay. I feel like this is like 2 years from now. Like, it's interesting because it oscillates. So, it's like it could be 1.5 to 2 years, but it's like more specifically giving me 1.5. So, it's going to be sooner than you think. Anyway. Okay. Right. Why am I facing delays in getting your pension? They might not know where the money is coming from, Empress. Because you definitely worked hard for it. And, like, yeah, you worked very hard for it. This feels like it's kind of missing. And they don't know where it is. Which is a weird thing to say, but that's one thing that I would say to you. Lucky I found you guys. It's a good day. What happened today that is not a good day? I hope that you're feeling better, you know. Deprive yourself of sleep in order to get a tarot reading. Your health is far more important. I occur. Please, please get sleep. You cannot survive on sleep. Okay? Preacher says, does Bisweight feel bad about what he did with me? I'm very sure, Preacher, I already did your thing, but, you know, I would say yes, but I feel like he knew that it was going to happen anyway. So, you know that feeling of that's a thing. Sophie, what was your question? Please put it down. It's sad. I'm tired of all the hard work and no pay. I agree. I occur. People can't survive without sleep. Well, they can for a little bit, but then they turn into, like, you know, crazy people. I would not be able to do that. Alpha, will our relationship evolve, and how does he feel about me? I don't feel like this relationship will work. Evolve, Alpha Libra, until this person works on their own self. How does he feel about you? Whether he should actually keep on going or should he walk away? And this is like the whole of his life. So it's not just like you, but that's kind of like giving up and walking away from everything. Okay? You're very welcome, Enchantress. Okay, so Lutz, welcome in. Tracy, will me and Chris get back together? Thank you for all you do. Don't make me cry. You're very welcome. Will you and Chris get back together? Okay, so it's saying try again. So will you get back together short term? Okay, so let's see. Yes. Will you get back together long term though? So that's why it said try again, because it's saying no long term, but you guys will get back together short term. It feels like there's a pattern, Tracy, with you guys, maybe. So, Sophie says, why is Bobby in no contact suddenly? Cause he's not feeling very great. And he doesn't know how to express it. So it's kind of like this person's not been around people for so long because he doesn't know how to express his emotional needs. So, like, he's thinking that he can just like go on a journey and find himself, but you know, that's not going to happen, okay? Without, you know, putting in the work, okay? Sophie, go to bed now, okay? I'm not your mom, but still. Renata says, question 1, is Lucas into you romantically? I feel like this person could be interested in you. It doesn't feel like romance yet, but there's general interest here, Renata. So I do feel like you've piqued this person's interest, but they're not interested in you romantically yet. But they're still interested in you. So I do feel like there's like this feeling of like, I'm curious, what is this person up to? Okay. Devilish says, what is the future of mine and Oliver's friendship? If not in a relationship, will we be good friends or not? Okay, so Oliver and friendship. This person's heart is healing, so they're not working very hard on this friendship. If not in a relationship, would we be good friends or not? I feel like you'd still be good friends, Devilish. That's one thing that I would say. Tracy says, will me and Chris get back together? I said yes, but short term, not long term. Yeah, and the cards are saying that too. So there you go. Jean, wow, you're everyone's moderator. Yara says, does Jay Libra have a crush on you? Okay. Does Jay Libra have a crush on you? Apparently no to that. So there you go. So there you go, Yara. Maria says, what is my ex feel about me? Please use the romance cards too. Okay, well, you know, I have to get them out now. Okay, right. Okay, it's safe for you to love, open your heart, and give and receive the highest energy of all. So, what does your ex feel about you? You're definitely one of the options that you're still sometimes on their minds, but it's just like one of those things that I would say, Yara isn't a no. It's a no, Yara. Okay? So, yeah, you are on their mind quite a lot. Love Mummy says, what is the current feelings of A for me? Do he still wants to marry me? His heart is healing, so that's definitely a thing that's coming up. He's focusing on the little things, so there's kind of like some kind of thing holding him back right now. I do feel like he wants to get married. That's why he's kind of focusing on the small things. So, yeah. At the moment, this person's trying to figure out whether they really want this. So, if they get very short-tempered at you or something, you know, you don't want to marry him, then don't. But this person still wants to be marriable. Nisha says, Jean, you're so popular. Teach me how to be like you. Just be a good moderator, that's why. Walk in the Void says, is Jason the person I should be in a relationship right now? Guys, I watched the end of Sabrina the Teenage Witch on Netflix. And yeah, they've got a void in that. So is family arrangements? Well, then get out of it. This person still wants to marry you. So is Jason the person I should be in a relationship with right now? You haven't let go of someone in the past, Morg, so you keep repeating something. And I don't know whether it's a person, but a situation. So the cards are saying at the moment, kind of figure that out because this will affect your relationship with Jason as well. You should take the love offer that Jason's offering you, but you've got to realize that you've got to go slow and steady with this because your heart is healing and you're also very focused on someone, maybe someone in the past, but it's more like it feels like a situation that's coming over and over and over again, you know? So Nidhi says current feelings from Caval for needy. Thank you, girl. Thank you. No. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it, girl. So, Nidhi says current feelings from Caval for Nidhi. Okay, so this person's very happy with all you, very focused on you. However, there seems to be this feeling of that they're not telling you the truth. If they're not telling you enough about like they love you or they really care for you, it's because they're lying, like they're trying to not show that, but they definitely do because with this they think you're one of the greatest things that they've ever had, you know? And that's coming up. Okay, girl says, is it obvious that I like him? Sorry for so many questions. You are very welcome. Thank you so much for everybody else that is so patient, so kind. Thank you for everybody that donates. Here in the UK, our bills have gone up. And it just means that I can pay for food and I can pay for my electricity bill. Without my electricity bill, I couldn't stream, you know. So thank you so much. Is it obvious to T I like him? It doesn't feel obvious to T that you like him. I feel like this person feels so less than sometimes. So the heart is healing. So this person's been heartbroken by someone before that they thought they were going to get married to, or have a family with. So they're still going through this process and it's kind of mentally stuffed up their brain a little bit, girl. So you have to be, and so therefore they're choosing to be strong and choosing not to choose things. And this is kind of really not like helping them. So when it comes to you, with this sunny disposition and kind of overwhelmingly energetic positivity, this person could see you as being quite annoying just because they haven't healed yet and they haven't been outgoing for quite a while. So when it comes to you, they don't know that you like them as much because they are kind of traumatizing themselves by thinking that they can wait for this other person, you know? Um, which is never going to happen because I don't see anything about them coming back to this person. But when they see you, like, you know, when people are unhappy and it's like they see a happy person they don't want to be around that person because it reminds them how much they missed, you know? And that's you right now. But I feel like they're going to have to resolve this, okay? And it's going to happen soon. Okay, is Cedia says, will I get married soon? Timeline, please. Does my person have someone in the municipal office that gives information about your report? Okay. So, do we have a timeline for you to get married? Will you get married? Well, yeah. The thing says yes. So when will you get married? It feels like 4 years from now. So that feels like a good progress. Like, yeah, no, it's definitely 4 years from now. So does your person in have someone in municipal office that gives him information about your records? It says perhaps, so it's not completely ruling that out. However, I don't feel like it's all the information. So yes. So some information, not all of it. Okay? So there you go. Munisia. Oh yeah, sorry. I always say the IE. Muniza says, what is coming for me after divorce and future blessings? Okay. So, honestly, at the moment, cards are saying you need to work a little bit harder on what you want, and you need to focus. Give me 1 second. On not doing the same as the past. There's kind of something in the past that's kind of held you back, and you need to work more hard on the future. The Page of Pentacles, work on your financial abundance. So this is like learning more about finances, learning more about investing and stuff like that, so you can work to being more in control of your life. Because at the moment, I feel like the cards are saying that you're not as in control as you think you are. Okay. M Lord says, should I choose students of classroom 3A or 3B to be supervised again? I feel like 3B. Though saying that you might have competition, I feel like everybody else likes 3B, and 3A tends to be quite disruptive. I feel like you've done that before. Like the students of classroom 3A, you're just like, I've been in that situation. I don't like this. Nisha says, will I hear from Gemini this month? I feel no for this, even though that energy is very solely directed on you. I feel that they really are trying to not talk to you because they feel misunderstood by you. Sorry, my nose is acting up. I will take a drink shortly. Okay. Maria says, please, just pendulum. Will God give me and Javid a chance to be married in the future? Give me 1 second. Yeah, it feels like they're cutting you off. That's what I feel like they don't really. Yeah. So, will the universe give you a chance? It feels like no to this question. The pendulum is definitely giving you a no answer here. I'm sorry. Twisted Fate says general message. Of course, Twisted Fate. How are you? Okay, so you're very focused on something. Maybe to the detriment of spending time with friends. So spend a lot more time with friends and stop focusing just on like yourself. There's more options coming in for you as well. So spend time thinking about that, okay? Will I hear from Elwin this month or next month, says Divine. Does he talk about my message with W? Okay, it seems like you will hear about, like, hear from him this month. However, it seems like it's more a planned state, so he will reach out before the end of the month, so it's going to take him a while. He does talk to W about you, okay? Moonlight says, how is the person on my mind thinking and feeling towards me? So, this person seems to be working very hard to get your attention or get your love. Mostly because we have the heart is healing. So this person's going through quite a lot of working out how to get your attention, how to get your time. So I do feel like this person has a crush on you or wants to be dating you, you know? So that's okay. Devika says current feelings, energies, and next actions are Mayak towards you. So this Devika, this person, your husband feels like you're slightly annoying. This could be because he's just working hard and he needs to relax. You know, you're very welcome, Moonlight. Any communication. I feel like in this week, Moonlight. So he needs to relax because he's starting to get very short, tempered. I feel like more like talking about the messages, not showing the messages. And the Ace of Swords. So Devika, it's like next actions are going to be very blunt and very truthful. So he's probably going to be like, at the moment, I'm feeling very frustrated, I'm feeling very angry, and I just don't want to very like focus on you as much and take some time. Maybe take some time off. M says, "Do you see me getting financially stable and independent where my hometown or abroad?" Okay. So you will get financially stable and independent when you start focusing on these small things. Okay, so Devika, I feel like at the moment he needs to relax. And once he does, I think he'll be back and he'll be very honest with you. People have in their brain idea who we are. So, you need to focus on small things. You need to focus on the minute things every single day to save up, to invest. So, I feel one thing that I'm feeling is like, how can I explain it? The smallest number that you can get to just survive is what you should work on instead of like the big numbers. You will not be happy in your own country. You will be happy abroad. So the cards are saying that. How long is it going to take you? Well, it depends on how fastidious you are. So, yeah, it's definitely pointing out that for. Yeah, it really wants to say 4 years' time, but I do feel like you have to really, you need to put every last cent into something that will give you money so you can keep on, like, making money. A Dark Lucian says, Spirit's message for you? Of course. Judgment, you have been found fairly. With the Empress, this can be a card of having a family, but it's also a card of creativity. So it's like, work on your creativity. If you're thinking about someone right now, like whether you should be in a relationship with them, it seems like it's a very positive indicator for that. And the High Priestess, you're manifesting in quite a lot. So take time to focus on your thoughts, how you're bringing things in for you, and how you're manifesting them in for you. How are you today, Karen? No, rehabilitation today. Did they fix your steps? No, chairlift, I think. Positive Soul says, why do my siblings tell negative lies to my father about me? Why don't they live peacefully? I feel like they want inheritance. They don't want you to get inheritance. Positive Soul. Why don't they let you live your life peacefully? They feel like the decisions or non-actions you made are destructive, that you haven't chosen the right choices in life. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not lying, but I feel like they're not true. They haven't fixed the wheelchair. Oh my god. How long has that taken? So yeah, um, I feel like they're trying to steal your inheritance. Zara says, what actions will George the Capricorn take towards me? You are very welcome. So this person's life is not great right now. Their heart is healing and they're juggling a lot, but they're kind of missing all the balls and they're feeling very frustrated. So I feel like you're asking about this person, Zara, but at the moment, they are not. They're not in a ready time to date. So if they're pulling away, it's because of that, not you. Okay. Will they be able to do that? I feel like it's a very slow thing, but it's starting to happen. Positive Soul. So you might need to really start thinking about like why they're trying to pull you away from your inheritance. Kaiti says, I'm waiting so long. I know. Thank you for your patience. Can you tell me how he views me? And should I reconnect? So how does he view you? Um, you're physically stuck, or you're like, your life isn't going so great, you know? So that's one thing that I would say, Kaiti, is you're like physically stuck somewhere and you can't move. Just as he sees you as fair. Um, I don't know. It feels like he's almost like a spider trapping you in a web for some reason. I don't know why I'm feeling that, other than you feel stuck and he feels free. But there's kind of like this thing where he's got you where he wants you. Um and the other thing that you asked, so Kaiti says, how should I reconnect? By giving him presents, I guess. That's what I would say, is like he likes gifts, you know. Okay? So I would say like anything monetary that you can do that has a little bit more value than what you put in. Hello Shan, how are you? Asha says, will my job related wish come true? I feel like you will have to sacrifice a lot for this, and you also have to heal from something that happened with your job, Asha, for you to get your job related wish. But it seems possible. You're very welcome, Kaiti. Thank you for your patience. But you will get that, okay? Glad to catch you live. Oh, you're so sweet. Megas says, hello, ma'am. When will my family agree with my marriage to Raj, and how will my married life be? I do feel like this person's they will accept this soon. How will your marriage life be? This person wants to care and protect you, so it seems like you will not be without um any need or comfort that you want. It might be very basic, but I feel like this person really wants to look after you. And King of Pentacles, this person works very hard. So sometimes when they're not feeling very well, they're going to be more of a workaholic. So do worry about that a little bit. But they will be giving you quite a lot of like help or money or something like that. So it seems like 3 months from now for your family to really agree to this, but I don't think that they will not be really happy about that. Shreya says, will my husband, Abhishek, clear a Equator Airways pilot interview? It's on the 9th and 10th of March, and he's a Gemini. I feel like the first bit he might not do very well on. There's kind of like a question or answer thing, but he does very well on the practical, and he will get hired. I feel like there's kind of this feeling of running away. How will the marriage day be? Very happy. I feel like your Meg as you will not have a problem. I think you'll have a really good day. A Moonsun says, what is my Capricorn's current feelings with separated? I am a Leo. Welcome in. Okay. This person still sees you as being part of their world. However, when it comes to continuing this relationship, I feel like they've said no to this. That they don't want this anymore. This is okay for them to feel, but you know that this is probably what you don't want them to be, and you become a little bit more frustrating, a little bit annoying. You're very welcome, Megas. So I do feel like it's just been the close proximity around you that's kind of driven them away slightly. Okay. Yolandia says, what are the blessings that are coming towards me? So, you are going to be making quite a lot of money soon. However, there's a death card in reverse here. So you haven't let go of something in the past that you need to let go of. And you need to kind of walk away from a lot of your life. So this is like this feeling of walking away. Is he sad about us? I don't feel so, Moonson. It's like this kind of acceptance, you know. So yeah, I feel like this is what's going to happen for you, okay? Alan Kuritz says channel messages from future spouse. They're telling you to be like more decisive, like to be more assertive and kind of just choose something instead of always just not choosing for yourself. I feel like you tend to not choose. Um they're saying I'm very similar like you were from, I feel like you're from the same background, like money wise, like you've gone through this life of, you know, and like I feel because you both have gone through this life, you're going to be trying to make each other feel better because things have happened in the past that you don't want. And so there's kind of like this healing and you want to share that with your children. And they're willing to share everything that they have with you. Shan says, planning to go out on the 31st. Will it go smoothly? Firstly, make sure to only bring out whatever you want to spend, Shan. Take a coat. Take a coat or something that's a little bit warm because it might be a little bit cold. Yeah, I would definitely take out only the cash that you want to spend instead of like taking out too much. Strength. You'll have a good time. However, I do feel like somehow like your muscles will be sore the day after, like you're trying to prove yourself a little bit more strength wise. But I think you'll have a great time. Just it's weird that I think packing something warm for yourself. Now having something to eat before you go out, okay? Amy says, will I get all the money which my mom kept for me? Did someone remove my name from the nomination? Okay. You won't. I think this is taxes or fees from this money. So do you realize that if this person's already passed over, it will be one of those things that will happen that you need to kind of deal with some kind of inheritance tax. But other than that, you will get quite a lot of money from your mom's estate. Did someone strike you off the nomination? I do feel like so because it seems like it's planned. So yes. Alila says, current feelings of S towards me, you're Sagittarius. So this person wants a family with you. So this person's already focused on you very, very much and is possibly saving for a house or to get married to you. Okay? So there's feeling of saving. Manavesi says, as SA told his friend Kushel about me. Yes, this person has definitely told you about them. Said you're such a great person, how much they love you, and how much they're very excited about the future. This is quite positive, you know. That's a good thing, you know. Martha says, is my Cancer guy physically and emotionally into me? I think that not so much physically, but it might be that they tend to be very controlling with their body and diet. So they might not think you're as physically attractive, but they're still physically attracted to you. Um, Everything else, yes. So it might just be that they tend to really work hard, Martha, on their body. So sometimes they can be very judgmental when it comes to other people. And that doesn't mean just you, okay? Yara says, is D Gemini in love with you? Is D Gemini in love with you? Is Gemini in love with you? Apparently, no. So, I hope that helped you, Yara, but do we have a one? Gaiitri says, does G feel towards me currently? What does G feel towards me? Currently, will he be back with commitment? Okay, this is weird that this person is kind of like in two places. So they're kind of like really talking about things, but they're going slowly on this. Gayatri. So it's kind of weird because this person's very drawn to you. You're very welcome, Yara. But they're doing it very slowly. So it's weird because I feel like they're doubting themselves that they really want this connection, even though their body says yes, their kind of emotional heart says yes, but they aren't ready mentally to jump into this connection. But I do feel that coming back with commitment, so yes, with this. Cancerian says, me and Taran, the Sagittarius, has kind of started together and we unblocked each other from socials. Do you see us having a connection again? Yes, Cancerian. It seems like you guys have kind of looked outside yourself to the options out there and have decided that it's better for you guys to be together. So, yes, you will get this connection. You're very welcome. A Lotus Rose says, what is Joel up to in regards to me at this time? His heart is healing. He is not making life choices and he's fearing for the past. I feel like there's Lotus Rose, like this person's in a certain amount of. You're very welcome, Cancerian. In so much emotional turmoil right now. It's kind of a weird thing for me is that they feel like this full stop, that break on themselves. And I don't know what's caused this break on themselves to kind of not choose life choices, to be in a healing mode, and also to be a little bit scared of the past. But it feels like you brought up some underlying issue that they had, and they have to work on that. They have to kind of proceed towards that. um so at the moment I feel like just be a little bit less kind of like directed or like hinting things, because I feel like this person's at high alert and they're really scared of like something happening that's the same thing. I do feel like they love you though. That's why they haven't like escaped yet. But do realize if they feel like they're pressured, they're going to, yeah, they're going to be running. Okay. So, Sunflower says current feelings of are for me, my ex. My ex. Okay. It's not my ex, it's your ex. That would be funny if I pulled out cards from my ex. I haven't. I have thought about them, but I haven't done anything like tarot reading wise, because I'm like, well, they're on Facebook. If they really wanted to contact me, they would. Um, so current feelings of this person's not feeling very emotionally great, and it could be just because you were a good match for them, Sunflower, but they're strong. They're being very strong. They're not trying to come back in your life. And there's a feeling of like focusing on your weak points, like what they felt like were weak points for you. And that's one thing that they did find very hard, is like the weak points that you had. And now, like, oh, well, Sunflower was always bad at this. So this is what we do when we break up with someone, or, that relationship comes to an end. We always point out their flaws. Like, we hate them for these things when in a relationship it was fine. So sometimes that's the case, but that's what they feel for you right now. Aldonia says, any new coming towards me, please. So this person's possibly in a feeling of more hate for you right now than love, okay? So there seems to be, if you're a single Pringle, Aldonia, love is coming in for you, and I would definitely, or a very good friend. King of Wands, a very fiery, very go with the flow, very extroverted, very passionate. Um and there's all these good little things coming in for you. So they might be so small you miss them, Aldonia, but there seems to be a lot of other good things coming in for you. Shan says, why didn't Elle come today as she promised? I feel like there was so much that she did, like she had to do today. She forgot, Shan. Um, like she is true of her word. Like if you remind her, she would be very upset because her word is important. I don't think that she breaks promises easily, but so that's one thing that I would definitely feel. So why do I find it hard to see the good in my mother's family side and in AM? Okay. So on your mother's family side, they're very similar to you. And why you feel like it's hard um to see the good in your mother's family side is because they don't like that you're very similar to them. So they've hurt you intentionally, Cosette, to be less like them. Because most of the time when we see something that, let's say I don't like myself being messy and I'm always tidy, then I'm going to go around and I'm going to start, if my kids are intentionally messy, then I'm going to punish them for it. Like, I'm going to think they've done it on purpose when they haven't. They've just been playing, and then before long, I'm disciplining them because I feel like that's the only way to get them to stop being like me when I was a kid, being messy. So sometimes when we see something similar, we discipline it out or, hurt it or, not hurt it. It is a person. Hurt them, to stop them being like us. The other thing is because you've been growing up in a very perfectionist place, it's very hard for you to accept a person as a whole, Cosette. And so therefore with AM, you keep looking at their flaws because you're like, okay, like, can they change? And this comes back to what people try to erase in yourself. Okay? ANJ says, what will happen when I send a letter to BW in the situation I am currently? I think this person will try to help you as much as you can. So there seems to be like this feeling that this person would help you no matter what. But the Knight of Pentacles, this person wants to make you work hard too, and a J. So you've got to realize that, of course, send this letter. I'm very sure this person wants the best for you, but at the same time, they want you to work hard as well. Okay? Clover says, will Bogdan initiate something with me? Okay, give me 1 second. I feel like this person is trying to get into the point of initiating something with you. Their heart is healing and they're manifesting you in, so I feel yes. However, keep your happiness to yourself. Allow yourself to be happy first. Don't spend your happiness to other people. Focus that on yourself, okay? Okay. Who else is here? Asha says, question 2. I am missing someone very much. What is the message that he wants to give me? Keep on persevering. Keep on working on things. I believe in you. Like, you have an inner light. Let it shine. Just keep on glowing. This person has tremendous faith in you. I don't know whether this person's passed over, but I do feel like they're almost cheerleading you every single day, Like, this person probably really wants you to succeed in life, and you should listen to them because I think a lot of times you have a lot of self-doubt, okay? Leela says, please, Pendulum, is Sadiq in love with me and how does he see me? Okay, well, I'm going to do a little bit of tarot with that. Does this person love you? Yes. So I'm going to have to pull some cards for, like, how does he see you, because that's going to be harder. Okay. So love is in reverse. deep love here. This person's thinking about all the opportunities that they can do with you and the ventures that they can go on with you. So it's like this person's a very positive person and they're very focused on the future and kind of creating this so you can go on this adventure too. I feel like they're good at surprises because, like, I feel like they want to surprise you as well. Pride and Prejudice says, if Serap Guy could tell me anything honestly with the fear of recommendation from me, what would he say? Oh, he wants kids with you. He wants a family. I can't always give what I can't give you always what you want because my heart is healing and I don't know how to help that heart is healing. Pride and Prejudice. And the Queen of Wands, you are so beautiful. You turn me on when you're passionate, especially when you're passionate about something, you know, when you're kind of, your eyes kind of gleam and you're like telling someone excitedly about what you've done, you know, that's when you really turn me on. Hot Sun says, what's coming in for me in love? Ooh, I don't know, Hassan. Let's double check. So, um, stop being so very specific about people. At the moment, no one. I'll tell you why. Because you're very specific about what you don't want. And your Hot Sun, you're not very focused on, okay, what do I want? You're like more focused on, I don't, I don't want this, I don't want this kind of person. I don't want that, you know. And the universe is like, well, you're very focused on it to detriment of other things. So that's kind of a big thing as well, is like, stop being very focused on this, kind of open yourself up to new opportunities as well. And you're very much in your own little comfort zone box, and you need to get out of that comfort zone and start seeing new people, start seeing new interests. Guys, did you not? Oh no. My cam link deactivated itself. So give me 1 second because I'm going to switch over so I can, because it's not working right now. um Come on. I hate when it does this. I don't know why it's done this. It's something to do with OBS, because sometimes I like pull it out of the computer and it's fine, and then you know on you. I shouldn't swear. I shouldn't swear, but when it does this and it's just like dark screen, and I'm like, you are the most horrible thing ever. So there you go. There's your cards. Let me know if you like see something and it's like frozen and you're like, what the hell? Like, has she shuffled cards in a long time? Please let me know because I feel so bad, I only ask for anybody honest and faithful. I think that you'd be more specific, like maybe blue eyes or, long hair or something specific. So And I think, like, in some ways, like, honest and faithful should not be something that you ask for. It should just be, like, you know, something that is so not not specific, like a given. If someone isn't honest and faithful, then you're not dating them. They're just not out, you're completely out of your life whatsoever. Someone lied to me and it's just even a friend, I would be like, well, I'm not going to be friends with you. It obviously depends on, like, how much they've lied, because, people lie. Like, they don't want to, like, um, go out and they make an excuse, I can understand that, but most of the time I'm just like, you lied. Sorry. Pink Light says, could I be as successful as a romance writer? Woohoo! Well, 50 Shades of Grey got published, so, if that got published, then I definitely think that you have, a thing for a, like, romance writer. Okay. So, yes, you've got quite a lot of passion, Pink Light, and I feel like this is a good chance for you to get things out on the page that you wouldn't admit to anybody. So I do feel like your passionate, very extroverted nature, very furry nature would be very good in, like, erotica, or, kind of racy fiction. Are your parents disappointed in me as a person? This is hard. I feel like they expect you to be a full person, and they've expected you to be a full person for a very long time. So maybe as even a kid, they expected you to be an adult. That's hard. I would say that is extremely hard. And I don't feel like they were very caring and very loving. Compared to other parents, I feel like they were very standoffish and very cold. So I can understand why you feel like you disappoint them, but I feel like the disappointment was that you both got disappointed. I feel like they didn't raise a child, they raised an adult. And as soon as you could, be a full human being where you didn't need to be looked after anymore, they didn't look after you. And I feel like that's sad, because there was a lot of your childhood where you were an adult. Okay, alright. Melody says, will Richard like me if we meet in person? Thank you, Katie, for the donation. It's hard because I feel like the first time you guys meet, it's not going to be something that's coming up. I feel like you guys just don't have time. Thank you, Katie, for the super chat. I will get to your question shortly. So I think that you guys need to spend a lot more time together. So the first time that you meet, you might feel like it's been rushed, that you didn't get back to a flow, like what you've been connecting online with. It might feel so kind of frustrating. Do you realize that this is only because you met in real life, and the illusions that you might be both under has shattered because you guys get to see the flaws close up? Katie says, can you please see Jordan's attentions if he was to reach out? No. duh, 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 duh. What is his intentions? Is to reach out. I think he's coming out of his headspace. Okay. Please just give me one. He's reaching out of his headspace to talk, and to talk a lot. There seems to be like this feeling of that he's been holding back a lot of emotions, of feelings, and he's very much overwhelmed by the feelings. However, I don't feel like he wants a relationship. No, not he doesn't want not to have this relationship back. However, I do feel like he's going to block off like your emotions. Like if you started saying, "Oh yeah, but I miss you too," or like he doesn't seem to want to hear it right and then. With the King of Wands, I do feel like he feels like he's the passionate one in this relationship, not you. High Priestess. I feel like he's manifesting in back this relationship, and I do feel like he's got to work on more thinking about the future than focusing on the present. Like he's a very present driven person, and because he's manifesting you back in his life, he needs to focus more on the future. I I think that he's trying to see if you're still here or still, you know, still wanting him. But the thing is that I feel like you have to be Katie. You have to sit there and go, no, I'm not interested right now. Like, you gave this relationship up. You need to put the work in. And so, therefore, he's got to try and get you again. So I feel like you just have to sit there and go, well, you walked away, you know, you have to redate me again, instead of like, what do you tell him emotionally? Don't tell him anything emotionally. Just allow him to rant. I think that you need to make him work for it. Because once, you know, um, fiery, passionate people, they need to put that energy into good news. And if you don't make this person work for it, they don't feel like it's worth their time. They have attention spans of nuts. And if they don't put that in, they just won't work. There you go, Katie. So, yeah, you have to sit there and go, if you're really wanting this relationship back, you need to work for it. And if he doesn't step up to the chase, he will chase, you know. But, that's another story. There you go. I hope that helped. Jem says, hello, I'm conceiving right. Am I conceiving right now? I was confused with my PT results. I think the cards are yes, say yes. Why you were confused with your results? I think you took it after food or something and it kind of diluted it. But yeah, I would definitely say you're pregnant and relax. um, the Dollface Diva, will Eric Joy his birthday with me? Okay, we're finishing up in an hour's time, guys. So that's one thing that I would say. Um, will he enjoy his birthday? I think he doesn't like his birthday. He does it for other people, but there's kind of like something about his birthday that kind of has a certain amount of trauma faced with it, Dollface Diva. But I think that he will enjoy it just because you're there. But do realize there's some underlying things that he doesn't like about his birthday. Okay? And it's nothing to do with you. But this person doesn't like their birthday at all. Arena says, some reader told me my person will walk away 7 years after having kids with him because they fell off. Thank you. Thank you so much, Katie. I appreciate that. Give me 1 second. They have a choice here. I don't feel like it's completely black and white, Arena. Because with this, there's definitely this kind of commonality and relaxation. So if they get too burnt out in their life and they don't kind of relax and they kind of do something different in their life, I do feel like they walk away from this connection. So there's kind of some truth in this, is that if they don't do this, if they kind of spend their whole life trying to work hard for the family, you know, pay all the bills, do everything, they will walk away. It's just physically impossible for them to keep doing it the way that they're doing it for the next 7 years. So I do feel like you will have to have spaces where he does get to relax, like maybe a space where he can not think about the family, you know. And so that will stop that connection of walking away, you know. Katie says, can you please see if Jordan and I would share real love between us? Okay. There's a life choice that needs to be made with planning. So that's a important thing. Is like you guys need to plan something to do with dates and stuff like that to bring in some love. Manifestation. So we were talking about Jordan only seeing the present when he needs to focus on the future. And when we don't see clearly our future, we don't trust it. And so when we don't trust it, Casey, we don't trust ourselves to relax and allow things to naturally happen for us. So with this manifestation is getting blocked because he's working too much in the future. Justice. When he's feeling good about himself, he tries to get external validation. I think that a lot of guys, oh, and girls, um, if they walk away, then yes, Arena. But they need that break of like not working hard for the family, like you taking share of some of the workload, okay? So, Katie, so that's one thing that they are, yeah, they tend to want or seek out, and they like being around people that give them that validation. I feel like you're physically stuck in this relationship because they're not matching the same sex drive. They're not matching the same passion as you, Katie. And I feel like this is going to kind of really hurt you guys because If you don't get that passion, if you don't get that fire, you're going to be like, well, they don't love me, because that's how you show your love is physical. You're a very physical person. So yeah, I do feel like if you guys come back, you will need to work on planning like date nights and stuff like that to bring this love together. So I feel like you guys love each other. It's just that you need to keep this going, because it's not going to work, you know? I feel like this is going to dwindle over time, Katie. That's what I felt. So, because I feel like you're physically stuck, not them. So there you go. It's just hard because I feel like Jordan blames other people for his problems, you know? So that's the thing. Yeah. So physically stuck. So this cat is stuck on this door and doesn't know a way out. And it's struggling and it can't figure out a way out of this mesh door. So with Queen of Wands, because this is a clarification card for Queen of Wands, I'm talking about the physicality. Thank you, Divine Soul, for that donation. I will do yours straight after Katie's. But this means that the physicality of the Queen of Wands is stuck. So that feels like you're not going to be able to express that physicality as much as you want. Okay? Hello, love, focus, how are you? Give me 1 second. After Divine Soul, I will try and get everyone's first questions done if you haven't done it. I can't get past the fact he was with other women. Yeah, I would, yeah. Alex, welcome in. Divine Soul. Yeah, it's hard when that happens. If me and Owen came into a relationship, will he be stable in you don't trust him anymore? I bet. Is that something that you can't physically get past? That's the one thing that I would say. Um if Owen and you come in a relationship, will he be stable in a relationship, or will he leave me in future after some years? Um Actually, weirdly enough, with the lovers in reverse, um, then you will be in a stable relationship. It's just going to take a matter of like a couple of years for you to be in a stable relationship. With the magician, there's a lot of ideas. So Owen feels quite a lot of lust, and so you know, um imagination. So imagination is very strong when we're imagining about someone, when passion, desire, you know, this is the first time of like attraction, you know, this person feels attraction. However, this like Erwin needs to work on the mood, you know, because the mood shifts are really hard. um if he doesn't get this under control, he might need to go and ask someone for depressants. I would never suggest that, but this mood has been on, like we've been working through this mood, and this mood is still here, and this mood is very strong. So there's kind of maybe a predisposition to some kind of depression. But, you know, I am not a psychiatrist, you know. I can't diagnose anybody. But yeah, with this means emotion, very underlying emotion, very constant emotion, very negative emotion. Okay? So there you go. But yeah, stable connection for both of you. Alex says, RS feelings for me. So at the moment, this person's being quite cold because their heart is healing. So if you guys have gone through a breakup or something happened, then yes. If you haven't and you're blank, why has this person not been around you? You're very welcome to find soul around you right now. That's okay, you know. It's just they need to take some space because they are shutting down in some way. When we've gone through a certain amount of trauma, so we can, when we feel too much, our brains kind of like our heart and stuff closes down, and we go into this state of apathy. Like we don't care about anything, you know? And it's a very scary place to be in. But yeah, when you're getting this much information and when you're feeling too much, that's usually when it shuts down and you just, you know, yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm going with the flow here. But I do feel like there's a positive thing where this person's going to warm back up to you, but just give them time, give them space. Like sometimes people can move too suddenly and they can get overwhelmed or overspooked, okay? Vero says, "May I ask for a message from the universe and Black Madonna?" Okay. So the universe is like, keep moderating your actions, keep not going too over the top, Vero. And also you're struggling and you're winning on something. So the cards are saying keep on going. So the universe is like, keep on going. You're nearly there. Keep on moderating your actions and you will succeed. Um Black Madonna, you asked about that. This person, Madonna, this Black Madonna says that you are not happy because you keep trying to seek the answers outside yourself when they're inside yourself. So instead of racing around trying to find yourself, trying to find who you are, you should look inside and then you will see yourself. VS says, career reading, what's coming in for my career? Will I be able to get a desired salary in 6 months? Okay. So your career reading. You have a job offer coming in that you should take. You might have tried to put this off because you're thinking about like all the choices that you made in the past that didn't pay off, but this job offer that's coming in is going to be very good for you. Secondly, yes, you will. I think that if you work very hard and you can meet all the criteria, yes, you will definitely get your pay rise. Positive Soul says, will my siblings be able to take my inheritance or will I have some divine intelligence? Like divine protection. Okay, so yes, they can take your inheritance. No, you do not have divine protection. However, you do have protection in the court of law, and you should actually start documenting things to prove that they are trying to take your your inheritance away from you. Because the more that you take this understanding of what they're telling things, and the more that you can put that in focus, the more that when this happens, when your dad passes away, that you can prove that in court of law, because you will need a good lawyer. So keep your listening ears on and maybe record things, but you need to have enough proof. Like obviously with a lawyer, if it's a good lawyer, you will not have a problem. But you know. Love Focus says, it's my first time here. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? Why are my parents acting the way that they are towards me? What do they want to happen to you? Okay, so weirdly enough, why they're acting towards you, it feels like they love you. That I don't know why you're very confused, because like it feels like there's overwhelming love and they want you to have as much opportunities in life and to kind of go out and forge your own adventures and kind of be able to get yourself to where you need to go. What do they want to happen to you? The weirdest thing is they want you to be able to go with the flow, maybe adapt to things a little bit more. So that's the thing that I would say, you know, go with the flow, don't get too caught up in things, you know. So that's a big thing. Manasvi Sharma has SA told his siblings about me. No, this person hasn't told their siblings about you, but I feel like most of the time they're very estranged from each other. So he doesn't have a good relationship with his siblings. There seems to be like some distance. You're very welcome, Love Focus. I hope that helped you. Tandam says, how will my 2023 be in terms of love? How will my partner look like? Okay, well, the cats are kind of giving up the ghost today. So, how will 20... I think the whole idea is keep on being very focused on life, Tandem. So instead of focusing on what you don't have right now, focus on the future. Even better, ask. Thank you, Jasmine, for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I will do your question straight after. So there's kind of like focusing on the future instead of focusing on right now, and just healing your heart. So it's kind of like just trust yourself. Trust yourself to heal. King of Wands. So Tandem, I don't know whether you're masculine or feminine. I feel like you're masculine. Who knows? So King of Wands. So this is a masculine card. So if you're masculine, no one's coming in for you. If you're feminine, this person's coming in. Okay, Tandem. King of Wands, very passionate, very fiery. Can be a fire energy sign, doesn't need to be a fire energy sign, but does tend to have that fire energy about them. Very extroverted, very happy, can have a job like marketing, sales, you know, something that they have to be around a lot of people and feel very confident in. But they can make great bartenders as well. But very passionate, very, you know. So I feel like you'll meet this person, they'll be very tall. I feel like tallness is a thing. And very slightly lanky, but very quirky, and you'll like them because they'll make you laugh a lot. So that's who's coming in for you. Jasmine, Jasmine, thank you so much for the donation. So you said Edgar is silent towards me. My iPhone number is blocked. Will he unblock your number? And what is his feelings towards you? Okay, so will he unblock your number? His feelings towards you. So, Ace of Wands, and this person's given up and walked away on a lot of their life. So, Edgar, thank you so much for the donations, guys. I will get to your questions very shortly. So there's kind of like this feeling of walking away and just like, feeling like that was okay. However, do you feel like this person will come in contact with you quite soon? I feel like the end of the month to talk to you because they felt like this person thought it was okay to let you go, but they didn't want to hurt you or, hurt. Yeah, I don't feel like hurt was the thing, but they needed to let go of a lot of their life. Um, they now feel in control of their life and they're kind of happy about that, and that's what they feel for you is like that one thing. And they feel kind of frustrated or maybe upset or a little bit angry because they felt like that you were not listening to them. So there was kind of like this underlying anger how they feel for you right now. So Jasmine, this is Edgar. Um but they haven't put their energy in the right place. Like they keep on thinking about this, and they have to realize that they weren't listening to you as well. It was just like this one way street where they tried to get what they wanted and they never got it. So I feel like this person's coming back in. Will you reconcile? I'll ask the pendulum that, but from this, I feel like you will be able to talk, but you know, will you reconcile? So the pendulum says yes. So if you couldn't see that, the pendulum said yes to you, Jasmine. Thank you so much for the donation. Mimi, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. I really do. Does he still have feelings for M? Wonder why he was mad at me. Yeah, I feel like most of the time he just thought you weren't listening to him. He kept on telling you things and you weren't listening, but he wasn't listening either, Jasmine. So Mimi, I'm gonna move these out of the thing. So does he have feelings for M? I feel like there's a lot of no to this. I feel like there's a lot of no. Um, he's been saving a lot of his energy for himself. Um, I feel like slightly he's a selfish person. Um, based on these cards, like always needs to be looking the best, you know? always being the best. And that's frustrating because I do feel like that's had a negative effect for M. Even though he does think about M, it feels like he doesn't have feelings for this person anymore, Mimi, just based on this. And I think it's just because he's a very selfish person sometimes, and he just thinks about himself a lot, you know. So, thank you, Mimi. Alex, I did your question. I will do your question again. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you also to Mimi, that super chat. I appreciate it, guys. At the moment, I have got some really big electricity bills, so I appreciate that. So Iris's feelings for you. It feels like this person's quite relaxed. At the moment, not really doing much with this relationship, Alex, but there seems to be Ace of Pentacles. So I feel like this is still something that they want, something that they desire. It was just a weird noise. I was double checking. Felt like there was a light switch. Okay, I don't know. It was just like this click, and I was like, what's going on? I'm the only person at home, guys, so maybe I'm just thinking of something. Um, that was just my brain. So yes, this person still wants a connection with you, Alex. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for the donation. So Rita, thank you so much for the donation super chat. Is it the right decision not to go on with friends? Milda's wedding, 2nd of June, and neither bachelor. Um, it's hard because I feel, Rita, that you will miss this. You're very welcome, Alex. I think in the moment, yes, it's the right decision because there's something in the past that's holding you back from enjoying this, or um so I feel like yes. I wish that I knew why your heart was healing and why the death card is here, because there seems to be a bigger thing underlying why you didn't want to say yes to this. And I don't think it was just financials, because I was feeling that financials, but thank you guys. Ladybug says, how does V feel? I felt like it is not a real friendship. It's something that's based on your past, Arita, that you might need to let go of. So, and there might have been someone in your past that's made you feel that way, and because your heart is not healed, there's also this kind of feeling that you won't be able to attend everything, but you need to kind of let that past person go because it's creating problems now, you know. Ladybug says, how does V feel about me? Questions, comments, and concerns. So, this is interesting. There's a King of Wands and a Queen of Cups. This is an interesting relationship. So, Queen of Cups is definitely caring, loving, kind. Like, she always feels like the mother of the cards, like the person that would tuck you into bed and read your bedtime stories if you were a kid, you know, that kind of caring aspect. The King of Wands, a fan of Rita. King of Wands is this fire energy. So this person's very passionate, very outgoing. So this is the masculine and the feminine. So when we go king and queen, it's usually queen feminine, king masculine. And they are very focused on that you are very loving, very kind. Page of Swords, however, I do feel like they are lying to you, and it could be that there's a difference of attraction. So Queen of Cups is the person that you would want to marry. But if you want to have a good time, you won't want to be with Queen of Cups because they tend to stay at home. They have a lot of hobbies at home. They're a lot of fun if they can be at home. They don't tend to have a very extroverted life. You can be a cup that has lots of friends, but you tend to like being at home. So yeah, there's kind of like this difference. So I would honestly say this King of Wands is not being truthful. So that could be something that could split you guys. M says, is I was going on a boys trip. Can I trust him? What should happen? Should you be worried? No. I think that he doesn't like boys trips because they can be quite, out there, but, he's very physically stuck on you, so I don't think that you should worry. This person's as physically stuck on you than, blue tack is on, a, a yeah, they're just stuck on you. I don't feel like you shouldn't trust them. Is Nate Tiara says, is Nate annoyed that I added his friend on Insta the other day? He is questioning this a lot. I feel like he's very possessive sometimes, like, why have you added this person? Why have you, like, he's questioning it because he doesn't trust you as much, you know. LA says, why is Arash Hamid silent during our legal proceeding? I sent him information and he ignores it. I think that he thinks that he's in control of this. He just wants it done. He wants it over and done with. There's also fear in the past. There's kind of like fear that things could happen in a certain way, and he doesn't want to think about it. I think there's like this feeling of, I don't want to think about it. I just want to get it over and done with. Vero says, what am I seeking and what's the answer to it? You need to let go of control. You are controlling a lot of your life and you should stop seeking control. You're also lying to yourself. You are lying to yourself about who you are. It might be that you're kind of masking yourself to what you think other people want you to be. Why you've lost yourself is because you are controlling so much of yourself for other people. You've forgotten that you are you, you know? And the only way to bring that back is to embrace who you are. So, King of Wands is a passionate, fiery individual, can be quite talkative, quite outgoing, can be creative, So it's hard, Vero, because you are lying to yourself. You know, you're lying to yourself because you're like, this is what people want me to be. This is what, like, you're controlling your outer aspect to be who you think other people will be. The best way to do this is just to stop doing this, you know? But it's probably gone on your whole entire life that you don't have that feeling anymore, okay? Puffy Gang says, what does Alec feel about me? We have 20 minutes left, guys. If there's any particular question that you want to ask tonight, you might need to donate just so, you know, either that or every other reading is free, but we're going to get to a point that list is closed and I will try to answer questions, but we will be finishing up very shortly. How does Alec feel about you? This person feels like they have a fair judgment of your character. So in this person likes what they see. However, they're kind of relaxed around you, so they're not really overworking themselves because of you. They're just like going with the flow, seeing what happens. But they like that you're very fiery, very extroverted, very passionate. That's what they see in you. So there you go. Sorry about my nose. It's just being a little bit of a thing. Phillimore says, what is my mask versus who I really am? Okay. Your mask is putting yourself in a rigid box. So you put yourself in like what you feel is safe for society and yourself. And you also mentally struggle. You think about every single little thing that you do. So your mask is just like over the top, you know? And sometimes when you feel like it's not enough, you start getting very panicky. Who you really are is like someone that's honest, someone that doesn't care what other people see, like think about you. You're a leader, you're very intelligent. You work in the mind, so you're not so much like a person that shows very big emotions, but you're very charismatic as well, you know, and that's what you truly are. Clover says, will me and Mate meet and when? Oh, sorry, Karen. I did not see that at all. Give me a second. You will have to plan this instead of like waiting for Matai to plan this because this person has no sense of time whatsoever. I feel like they would get lost, you know. So that's important. Okay? So you've got to kind of realize that. If you want to meet them, you have to plan it. Okay, so Karen, can I have a general? Sorry about that, Karen. Oh, where's the pat's gone? Trying to make me late for everything, you know? Okay. Right. So there's a lot of ideas coming for you, like a lot of downloads for you, but you seem to be closing them off because you tend to then hide from people, you're hiding from the world. So this could be like seeking out a way to show ideas. Like this could be connecting online and creating something new based on ideas only, Karen. Um, there's a King of Swords coming in for you. that's actually worth your time. So this person's very intelligent, very charismatic. I feel like patience is coming through here when I usually don't get this for King of Swords. So this person's probably very, very patient, waiting for you to make a move. But I do feel like this person's worth your wait. Um, Hangman in reverse. You're very scared about like um dropping out and like falling into something, you know? But the Hierophant in reverse is like going your own way, going like taking what you like, giving up on society and kind of doing your own thing. And I feel like you're scared because you don't know what would happen, but I feel like that's a good thing for you, is to be more disruptive, to stop being like trying to aim to please everybody. There's a feeling like you're not being cared for or not being protected by people, and you should start seeking out a way of protecting yourself and going with the flow. Okay? So, Nine of Cups is reverse. So, Nine of Cups is actually the card that we pull here. I'll be a little bit fast, but we'll try and do that. I hope that helped you, Karen. Um, I hope that you I didn't miss another donation from you, because I appreciate that. So let me find the Nine of Cups quickly. Where is it? This is the problem when you shuffle things for so long. So Nine of Cups in reverse is, when it's upright, is the yin yang partnership. So this is Nine of Cups. So this is an equal, balanced relationship, the yin yang of a perfect partnership, the happiness of a partnership. In reverse, it means that someone's not listening in the relationship, and so therefore that's the case, you know. So someone's not listening to you, or if you were asking a question, you're not listening to yourself. So may I have a general? Of course, Moonlight. Save some money, the cards are saying. Temperance. Be more patient. Keep on moderating your behavior. Keep on keeping things under control. That is JC then? Maybe, I would say so. King of Swords. So I feel like you're in your own feeling right now, and just kind of work on being more, just being more wordy, using your intelligence, you know. um Gayatri says, when will I pass my semester exam? I think that you need to be a little bit more working on everything every single day, Gayatri. You spend your time being very self-reflective. You tend to ponder a lot, and then you get yourself into trouble because you're, how can I explain it? You don't spend a lot of time focusing on the next thing that you need to do. So I feel like at the moment you need to write down some flashcards, Gayatri. You need to kind of break down your exams, because when you kind of put too much information in one thing, you get overwhelmed, okay? Um And Angie's Fluid Arts says, does Sam love me and will we be together even if two different countries? This person seems to love you. However, I do feel like they're not moving to you. You would have to move to them. So that's a possibility in the future. It's just going to be a long time for you guys to be together. So I feel like this person definitely wants to be with you, but um how much they love you is a big thing, and geez, fluid art. I hope that helps. Um, so, um, Jean says, may I ask any other messages from my grandmother? Yes. Okay. There's a lot coming out for you. She says, trust your instincts. Trust what's coming in for you. Like, focus on a lot more images. Like she said, there's more than what you think you see is important. Death card. Um, there's something that she didn't finish up while she was still alive that she's upset about. I think she borrowed something from someone that she didn't give back. It's weird because I'm getting this picture of like a crystal bowl or something like that didn't get given back. She borrowed it for some reason and it kind of didn't go back to someone. Don't know why it's a crystal ball, but I'm getting like, because most of the time like my brain's trying to translate what I see. So sometimes like it's an object I've seen before that is trying to show me, but it's like smaller. So it's like a fruit bowl, crystal, just like a normal glass thing. So it's like crystal cut kind of bowl, you know, something that you would have detrimental thing that she's like, well, it's got to go back to someone. I don't know why, because I don't feel like this person cares so much, but it's important. Um, so that's a big thing. Empress, she says, tap into your creativity. There's something that you were very proud of when you were a child that you don't do anymore. That's very, yeah, like she thought that it was amazing, like you could have done something really good with it. She's like, don't count your blessings, just enjoy them. Like, I think that sometimes when I get messages from the other side, they definitely tell me, like, enjoy your life, it's too short. And I don't know why I'm picking this up, but they're like, well, I'll see you soon, it's not that that long, So, and don't focus on what's going wrong in front of you. Focus on the future. I'm definitely getting Que Sera Sera again. I don't know why, but I do feel like it was a popular song, so that's what's coming in. Hello, Stephanie. Welcome in. So, Elena the guitar. Should I live stream on Twitch? Well, what are you going to be streaming? That's a definite thing that I would. So, can I ask what you're going to stream, and then I will specifically think, because I want to know. And will you be under the same name? um, you're very welcome, Stephanie. She visits me in my dreams when she wants to leave me a message, so I'll probably see her soon. Tarot! Uh-huh. Okay. Firstly, I know that the tarot is hard, so good luck. Okay, so the cards are not being particularly, like, you know, kind about this, but that's okay. We're going to work through this. So I don't feel like they're saying no to this. They're just like, so you should give up and walk away from a lot of your stuff right now. And you should disregard what other people are going to think of you or say to you, you know? So it's kind of a hard thing that I would say, like, there's these big things where you might not have made a choice to kind of really go this way. And so the cards are like, are you sure? Because after a certain time, like, I know in my life, if I go around and I say I'm a full time tarot reader, people look at me differently. They do kind of like have the eyes that like look at you and they're like, do you look like a hippie? Do you, so do you realize that there's kind of like some things that you won't be able to come back from? And that's cards are like, are you sure? Um, there's kind of a feeling of physical stuckness and you might be unsatisfied. But that's the thing that I would say, that you need to do this for yourself. Streaming is hard. I remember when I used to do this, you know, on YouTube, like back in the day, and there would not be that many people coming in. Now there's lots of people coming in, and I'm like, oh my god, how am I gonna answer everybody's questions? And sometimes people don't get their questions done, and everyone's upset with me, you know? So honestly, the cards are saying if you do this, you have to commit to this, because if you get frustrated at any point of time, you're going to reduce your kind of feelings of satisfaction. Okay? Do it for yourself only. Okay? Orange Moon says the reaction of Omar when I refuse to talk with him, will he try to contact me? Okay. So I feel like this person will try to keep not telling the truth about something. So I feel like this person will constantly try to get your attention and then give up. Okay? So, that's one thing that I would say to you. Insidia says, will my uncle return my money to me? It's a lot of money and he's sick currently. Ooh. No. I don't think so. From the cards, I feel like no to this question at all, you know. Love Focus says, I'm curious to know, what does Joel want to talk to me about? Thank you very much. We've got about 4 minutes. Um, so I feel like this person wants to kind of slowly approach things that have been annoying them, things that haven't gone very well. So I feel like there's been fights and arguments where he's felt like you've been immature and you have like kind of cried, or you kind of allowed the situation to be on your side because he's given up, because it feels like he's been talking to a child. So that's the thing that I would feel is like there's talking about what he wants to do, how he's going to resolve this. So, it's kind of like this feeling of him wanting to talk about this. Never in the future also? What do you mean by that? Can you please put this in another way so I can answer it? Sarah says, does H truly loves me because he's acting weird lately, like cold? He was madly in love with me. I feel like this person is still very much in love with you, but their heart is healing, so they are kind of stepping away from you. So that's important, okay? Vitfria says advice what to do. Yes, based on how he feels. I don't know what you mean, Vitfria. So we're just going to go with the flow. So Hangman in reverse is that you're scared of something. I feel like yes, he might not be able to pay it back anyway. Asida. If he's sick, it's not going to happen. So what to do was based. Okay, advice on what to do was based on how he feels. Yeah, I do feel like it was based on what he feels. I feel like that's very correct. Very real. So you want to have advice. Okay. Don't be so scared of things happening that are kind of like, because you're holding on to some kind of fear, and you should allow these things to naturally happen for you. Go with the flow and tend to do it slowly, because like, I feel like you've got lots of power, you just don't think it is. And with the star, there's a wish fulfillment card with this Vitria. So I don't feel like you should worry about this at all. Okay. YouTube blocking donations on Super Chat. Did we get to the point that it's like blocking donations? It's like, did we do so good that it's just like, Okay. I'm gonna put a list is closed. Just because we've kind of finished up. So no more new questions. So it made it. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Okay, so if anybody has just got, what? You made too many. Oh my god. Do we have anybody with a question too? Okay, we're going to quickly do some questions, and then we're finishing up because we are going to be finished soon, okay? What is the cause of my fear in life? You fear of getting things wrong, and Jay, which is very important, okay? So that's important for you. It's like you fear getting it wrong when you should realize that you're going to be fine, okay? You just have to realize that most of the time we all think we're going to screw up. We're all going to feel like that. I even feel like that, I'm going to screw up my life, and so that's the case, okay? So anybody that has not done this, perfectionism, it is. Will I get 10 weeks severance pay? I feel like they're going to minimize that severance pay, so it's not going to be 10 weeks. but you will get some severance pay. Okay. Okay, quickly. Who's going to have a better career, me or my ex? Okay. So, who's going to have a better career? You or your ex? So, it seems to be you. Okay. BS, will I be able to clear your exam? Is it the right decision if I go with this? Will I get long-term success? Right decision? Probably not. I feel like sometimes you can be very hasty, a little bit unproductive with that. But the hardest part is like, if a right decision, okay, you will clear this, you know, you will pass. Will you get long term? Yes, you will. Okay. Okay, so done. Irma says, how does my person see me in terms of beauty and character? When will my finances improve? Okay, so this person feels very overwhelmed by you right now. This is hard because, you know, me, that's one thing that I would say. So I feel like you're beautiful, but you might constantly ask this person if you're beautiful, if you're attractive, you know. This kind of comes up a lot. And this person doesn't know what to answer before, you know. Um, when will your finances improve? I think when you start trying to look for other options. At the moment, you aren't working on other options right now. Okay. Megaha says, love your reading with art. Please, anything I should know. Okay, so this person's working hard in this connection, and they're also going with the flow. So honestly, this is the card of this person's very stable. If you're with them, they're going to keep on going. They keep on moving. Okay. Anything I should know, there's a life choice coming up for you that you need to take in decision with this relationship, but that's all I could say for you. Like, just keep your eyes out for that life choice that you need. Okay. All right. Okay. So girl says, coming in for love, crystal and light, his character. Who are we? Nearly done. Guys, if you haven't been here before list is closed, I'm not gonna answer. Okay. So who's coming in for you for love is this emotional, grounded person, very calming, very soothing. There's a possibility of having marriage with this person, but you have to take this relationship when it comes in, because you might not accept it because this person's very different from what you actually have in your life, and you are also in a relationship that is not good right now, that you should give up and walk away. So it might be that you're still trying to reconcile with your ex. That's not good. Okay. Probably not rich, but definitely caring. Life choices are decisions. You know, when we choose the life choice, we have to walk through a door and one closes. So this could be like trying to move in together, trying to get more committed together, you know. So that's the case. I don't feel like there's anything. When will I reconcile with your soulmate? Okay, after this, I will do Karen's because we are finishing up. Yes. Because we're finishing up soon. So, when will you reunite? So, I feel like this is going to be 2 years from now. Not Zareen, not this year, next year. Okay. Clarification. Question 2. Do you feel like it's my mediator not listening? In some ways, I feel like this mediator doesn't know how to proceed. So even though they're trying to listen to you, I feel like it's kind of like very hard for them to try to explain to other people stuff without them being in more trouble. So it's kind of a hard one, Karen. So that's the case. I feel like that's the frustration is like this person's trying to listen, but you know, that they're really having a hard time. So who's not listening to you? Let's find that thing. You're probably not listening to yourself. You're very stubborn, you're very overwhelmed, you know, and you don't listen to yourself a lot. So you should listen to yourself more. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for having fun. Thank you to Karen and Jean. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for the super chat. Give me 1 second. I'll do yours. And then we will finish up for tonight because I am tired and I. Those chat. Well, then listen to them. Saya says, Wasim Ali says, current feelings of my husband for me. Hey, thank you for the donation. Okay, so there seems to be a feeling of that your husband had someone that he fell in love with in the past that he hasn't let go of. There's kind of this emotional thank you so much. There's emotional connection, you know, that he has to someone in the past. This might have been a childhood love that he hasn't let go of, and it's very affecting you, but not in a way that's detrimental. It's just frustrating, you know. Um, he tends to be the most control in your relationship. But the thing is that you're both very similar. You have similar mindsets, similar views. So you're very compatible together. So this person might be a little bit more standoffish in your relationship, a little bit more like very practical. I think that he needs to be a little bit more less harsh on himself when it comes to this Isaiah, because if he doesn't, he's going to have to. He's overworking himself right now, and if he burns out, it's going to be worse for him. And I think that he needs to realize that he's done this because he's been ignoring a lot of times that he could have leaned on you, became a little bit more softer, a little bit kinder sometimes. instead of being very, I've got this, I'm fine, so that's important because I feel like the facade of your husband is like, I'm fine, I can do things by myself, I can be the man that I want to be. He hasn't even asked you what man you want to be with, or he has this kind of notion in his head of who the perfect man is. And at the moment, I don't feel like he's the perfect man. However, in the future, I do feel like he's going to give you a lot more offers. Like, there's going to be more questions asked. And these are going to be more, like, what would you feel if I was a little bit more like this? And it's going to take your time. So don't rush these questions. Like, they're going to be very weird when he asks them. Like, maybe he's gone and had a drink with friends and come home and he's going to ask you, like, do you find like this kind of guy attractive? And he's just asking because he doesn't know himself, And I feel like in the future he's going to be more happy, more go with the flow. So this feels like more of a caring card, like more like, oh, I can relax. Like, I don't have to worry so much about life with this person. And I feel like he's going to be more gentle. Okay? So, in general, I do feel like he tries so much to be a man, um, and make you proud and make other people proud. But he doesn't realize that you want that emotional side, you want that kind of caring side, and a lot of times it's very harsh. Okay? I hope that helped you, Asaya. But yeah, like honestly, that he doesn't feel like divorcing you. He doesn't feel like, but sometimes you can feel like part of the furniture, and I do feel like he does take you as given sometimes. You're very welcome. I'm going to finish up for tonight. Thank you so much. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully streaming at an earlier time so I can do people's questions. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Jean and Karen, for looking after chat and looking after ourselves. And, thank you so much. And if you do want to book Reiki sessions, if you do want to, book a tarot reading, the Ko-fi as so go ko-fi.com//mystic Cassandra.tarot, or you could search there and you get that. You can do like a um monthly one where you can do that. And as the Karen has said, you can join the membership community. That means that the last 2 Tuesdays of every single month are members only. You can ask as many questions as you like. Okay? Thank you so much. I will. Thank you, Stephanie. I will ground myself after I do all this work that I need to do. And I hope to see you tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much. Bye, guys. Love you, love you. Bye. Bye bye. I don't know who I was waving at, but bye guys.